Okay.
Talk about 100 hours. Let's just say he was only working 80 hours a week. Think about that. If you're that, to make the kind of money that you have to make to live where he lived, he lived in New York City, right? It's an expensive city.
Okay. Yeah.
To make the kind of money you need to live there, you're going to work 80 hours a week, 100 hours a week.
Yeah.
And that's just normal. That's normal. Think about the sacrifices you make to your family. Think about the sacrifices you make to your children. You don't have any friends. And this happens it's not just men that do this, but men, I think men carry that burden a little further. To get this deal done, think about what this guy was doing to get the deal done, right? Like he's literally working himself to death. He literally did work himself to death. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I don't know if it was the hours so much as the energy drinks.
Oh yeah, it's all the same. I mean,
you can only deplete like your vitamins and minerals so far until you start degrading the body physically, and when that starts happening, continuing the energy drinks, I don't know. It's like pouring more acid into a sucking wound. Right?
Well, that's a great sidebar. When I was in Colorado, there's a company in Colorado Springs that was making an energy drink that was aimed specifically at hyper athletes, right?
Okay.
It's called Spike. And it had like a ridiculous amount of caffeine in it. I mean, between the caffeine and sugar is basically caffeine, sugar, and water. Maybe a little flavoring. I mean, it was just ridiculous. And these high school kids got it and drank like 5 of them in a day, and one of them died. And they banned the drink in Colorado Springs. They actually told it. I think they got an injunction or something against the company to reformulate it and make it to where it could like be sold. That's crazy.
It's so stupid. I'm so tired of regulation. If you can't tell the humming electrical panel is high voltage and you shouldn't touch it,
It's a lot harder to tell how much caffeine you can safely take in a day, right?
I couldn't hear you, Corinth. You're a little far away from your mic.
It's like a lot harder to tell how much caffeine you can safely take in a day than tell the electrical panel is high voltage.
Well, I mean, even then, it's the philosophy of the thing, right? If people are so stupid that we need to put warning labels on everything and we have to regulate everything to the point where it becomes overly prohibitive to create and invent things or even build things, right? That we're doing everyone a disservice. Nature has a way of functioning, and natural selection is a part of nature. And I don't think that we've helped society by sidelining natural selection for as long as we have. There's a lot of stupid fucking people walking around. And I subscribe to the philosophy of removing the warning labels, removing the regulation, and letting nature take its course finally.
We're not really sidelining natural selection. We just are having a different set of pressures to get there. So you don't have to exactly count how much caffeine you can take before your heart explodes. And it doesn't really seem like limiting the Spike energy drink to not having enough to kill high schoolers is like an overly prohibitive measure.
Well, I mean, that's the point, though, right? It was geared towards extreme athletes, as Grid said. And so either somebody in the marketing department fucked up. It wasn't
even sold in stores. Like, you had to go
there you go. It's even worse.
GNC or special order it or something. I didn't even know how these kids got it because, I barely knew about it, and I was in Colorado, how do the hell do these kids get this stuff?
I don't know the exact one, but it seems like the kids have an easy enough way to get it that they can drink like 5 in a day and not kill themselves with it.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't know. But I mean, it goes back to the underlying philosophy, right? Either we want to live in a nanny state where nothing is free and everything's regulated, everyone's telling you what's safe, what's not, when to do, what to do, how to do. Or we want to live in a society or in a world where people can say, okay, this is risky, but I'm prepared enough myself to undertake it, right? I think the latter is what produces a better future, and the former produces a lot of what we have now. You know, like the participation trophy stuff from the '90s, it produces weak children today. This like we got to protect people from hearing bad things they don't like because they might feel a certain way. It produces weakness. And yeah, I mean, the kid's not alive. It'd be better if the kid was alive, I suppose. But where were the parents, right? Is this really a government problem? Is this really a corporation problem? Or is this a parents not caring problem? And I think it's a lack of parental care.
I'm just not sure it's like a dichotomy where you can either have a case where you limit some things to like protect kids from ingesting a gram of caffeine a day or having no limitations on them. I think there is like a healthy thing where you can protect people who aren't able to make like reasonable decisions like teenagers from engaging in really self-destructive activities while saying adults can make decisions that'll hurt themselves at a certain extent.
Well, I wonder if you're misunderstanding the level of like the level at which responsibility rests, right? I'm saying that it should rest at the parental level, the family level, and rather than at the state or the federal level. You know, like there should be accountability, there should be care, there should be judgments being made for these kids that can't judge for themselves. But that's within the family. You know, like if the parents don't care enough, hey, you know, have fun burying your kid. But the government shouldn't have a say in that, you know, any more than they should have a say in what kind of chemicals I can keep in my garage to undertake whatever tasks I might want to undertake, right?
I'm also in the camp of like we should probably limit like C4 explosive making chemicals, but that might just be a different distinction there too.
Well, I mean, C4 I think is fairly complex to make, but there's like I won't say how or what, but there's a ton of explosives you can make at home with like just random stuff in the grocery store. You know, like C4, you don't even need C4.
Yeah, but there are like ones that are specifically made for these things that we could probably say are like, you probably should be able to regulate these chemicals.
Well, this is the problem though, right? Like if you want to make a homemade rocket engine for hobby rocketry, all you need is like sugar and a periodic nutrient. I won't say which grid because I don't want to get you banned. You know, like this stuff's not hard to make, and if you can make a hobbyist rocket engine, then you can make an explosive, right? Because what is a rocket engine if not an explosive with an outlet big enough to expel the gas without it going kaboom, right?
Yeah.
And when we're getting into that kind of thing, it's like, all right, do people being unaware of chemistry, like even basic chemistry, does that make us safer? Or does that make things more hazardous, right? It's not hard to make chloroform at home. It's not hard to make mustard gas.
You've ever heard of silver salts?
No, I haven't.
It's an explosive you can make with silver and nitric acid. It's like literally two things. So, and
it's nitric acid is harder to get than you'd think, but fair enough.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
it's very easy to. It's a very easy to make. And if you know that pool cleaner and brake fluid combine to make a self-igniting and very, very powerful incendiary. So look, I was a chemistry guy. I started my college career in all the hard science, and the only way to make it fun was to burn and blow shit up. So,
yeah.
So it's I can't I don't know. I can't speak for anyone else, but honestly, I think this should be common knowledge. I don't see why we limit knowledge in this country of things that every other country doesn't care to limit knowledge of. That weakens us personally. And second, the more I know about it. So here's the thing. When I see somebody buying in Walmart pool cleaner and brake fluid, I know what they're going to do. I literally know because I know.
If you're buying,
if it looks like a kid that probably shouldn't be doing it, I'm probably likely to go find his parent and wandering around in the store and saying, "Hey, your brakes probably aren't low on fluid, pal, because your kid's gonna make your kid's gonna But if you don't know, then you don't know, right?
No.
And
the worst part is you don't know what you don't know.
It hurts you. Yeah, knowledge, lack of knowledge is far worse than actual knowledge. So the 3-letter agencies have entered the chat. They know where I'm at, man. I'm just telling you right now. I'm on all the lists, all of them.
Well, that makes 2 of us.
You guys just had me all the lists too, so thanks.
Welcome to the club, brother.
I don't want you to feel left out, Corinth. Okay. I need you to be on the same list I am on. Okay. But you don't own legally suppressed and or automatic weapons, do you?
No.
Okay, then you're not on the same list.
Okay, I'm off one of the lists.
I'm on very specific lists. I have a funny story about that. So when I was gonna move to California, I called up and I told the guy because all right, so if you own, and people that own NFA items, they know that if you move, you have to let the ATF know. And they're actually really good people. Most of them are pretty knowledgeable. And they're not bad to deal with. So I call up. I'm like, hey man, yeah, listen, I don't remember which form it is I need to fill out. I need you to send me over, email me over the form I need to fill out because I'm moving and I need you to update my info. He says, yeah, no problem. Where are you moving to? And this is after he has all my personal information. And I'm like, well, I'm California. And he's like, no, you're not. He's like, you're not moving there. Not with this list. Because he can see everything I got. I mean, it's right here in front of him.
Yeah.
He's like, no, not with this list. He's like, so then we had to explore all my options of what I could do with the items that are highly regulated, and I ended up, I can't exactly I can describe what I did. I can't tell you how I did it, but basically, I ended up putting them in a very secure location under lock and key that only I had access to. And that was the only way I could, because you're supposed to maintain control of those at all times.
Yep.
Yeah. You can't just, you can't leave them laying around like the FBI does. Only the FBI can do that. Normal people can't do that.
They're special.
They are special. They were in all the special classes growing up. So.
Hey man, it takes a special kind of person to burn down a ranch and kill kids and women, okay?
Or shoot somebody's dog.
Dogs are easy. Anyone can shoot a dog.
Anybody can shoot a dog.
Anyone can shoot a dog.
The ATF does it with style. That's going to get me canceled, but that's okay.
Some things are worth being canceled over.
Josie's mad at me now.
That's not what you believe, Spectre. Right, that's not how that works.
Her hair's on fire. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty fun. That's pretty funny. All right, Cam, how is your heart, man? The way you were pacing around the other night, you had me concerned, brother. You had me concerned. I was very concerned. I'm not violating TOS. I promise you, I've not done anything to violate TOS. I am allowed to speak about my firearms. I just can't show them. I can go get them. They're right over there and go get them and show them, but I'm not going to do that. Yeah. Anyway, Corinth, what are you doing tonight, buddy? We kind of left you out of this, and you look very comfortable, by the way.
I'm just chilling right now.
I can see. Do you normally wear that hat?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you didn't put that on just to enhance the flavor of the podcast.
It's like 55 degrees out here right now, so it's a little cold in the apartment.
Where the fuck are you at?
That's swimming weather. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You're in like
It
Michigan or something?
New York.
Oh, New York. Are you
Swimming
in
weather.
upstate New
Yeah,
York?
it is.
Upstate?
Enough upstate.
Enough upstate?
Like there are people farther upstate that would say, no, you're not in upstate, and then
I
people
got you. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll allow it. It's cool. 55 degrees, and you're in upstate New York. Checks out. So
I reserve the right to
guy
give
in
you some shit
Wyoming,
about
guy
it
in
later.
Wyoming's like, I'm ready to party when it's 55.
Yeah.
Yeah. It depends. It's like a chiller 55 degrees today, okay? It was just like 70 or 80 degrees yesterday, and that was too hot, and now it dropped down.
Oh, that sucks so bad when that.
Oh, yeah. All right. I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Yeah. All right. What do you without disclosing anything more than you want to? What do you do, Corinth? I've never actually talked to you. Really, so.
I am a college student currently.
Okay.
What are you studying?
Pre-law.
Okay.
I did that. I just never actually finished. Never finished the law school part.
Always finish. Always.
I already changed from a chem major, so.
See, I did. I did
Okay.
kind of the same thing. I was an environmental science and technology major, which was multidiscipline, but there were too many freaking fruitcake liberals in the environmental portions of it, and they just drove me. I didn't have the tolerance. I wasn't the mature person that you see before you. I was not me then, and and so I couldn't take it, man. I ended up which is weird because I ended up in a department that had a lot more liberals, but they were just more chill about it. And but I was looking between I was looking at doing business or doing psychology, and psychology won because they had cuter girls. I literally made that was the exact format of my decision. Not even lying.
Not the best decision-making process, but I understand it.
Right. I was like, well, I can go to law school with this. I did a double major in psychology and criminal justice administration, and had a bunch of law. I'm like, well, I can go to law school on this, and I had a philosophy minor, and so I was like, well, I can go to law school, or I could just bum around and do other stuff, and use a psychology ticket to make money, grifting, people telling them that they're mentally ill, and I couldn't bring myself to do that either. I'm just not psycho enough myself, so I ended up playing with race cars and never really getting an adult job. So,
well, it turned out great for you apparently. So,
yeah, it didn't hurt. It was pretty okay.
Couldn't you argue that's technically mechanical engineering? That's an adult
if you really
job.
want to get into it, if you want to play with race cars, you have to know so much more than most people think about. You've got to know. You have to be a hydraulic engineer because you're literally re-engineering factory brake systems and cooling systems, and so you got to understand fluid dynamics, thermodynamics. You've got to understand, piston size. What your piston and valve sizes are for the, and there's a lot of math. There's a ton of math involved.
Yeah.
Engine and an engine is nothing but a math problem.
Yeah.
Like literally, and so you can argue that when they call you a race car engineer, you should take great pride in that. And I was an engineer more in the British sense, in that I could build stuff that worked, instead of the U.S. sense, which an engineer here basically designs things that they never have to actually work, that some mechanic.
Yeah. That some mechanic curses their mother for.
That's right. That's right.
Why would you put it there?
Why can't I get to this bolt if I could get to that one bolt?
Yeah.
Why would you do that? You move it over this much, and I can get to it. Great.
Yep.
That's a American engineer versus a British engineer. British engineers actually build shit, and That's very funny. I'm having a good time. So pre-law, how far along are you?
I'm starting my senior year of undergrad next year. I took a few years off, just trying to figure out what I wanted to do because
find yourself.
Yeah, I transferred and then I realized, oh my god, these professors suck. I can't deal with this anymore. And I have to figure out something to do.
So how much have you spent on college? I'm just curious. Round numbers,
I went to 2 years of community college, and that was basically taken care of purely by a Pell Grant. So less than around maybe 10 grand after of loans.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
That's not bad.
It'll be a lot. It'll be like 15 grand by one time I graduate at this point.
Yeah, it's not bad.
That's like manageable. Solid work. Solid work.
Yeah.
So good. Now, are you one of those guys that lives with like 8 other guys and a bunch of degenerates drinking beer every night and throwing parties and stuff?
Nope, never did.
Really?
Nope.
Because you look exactly like that.
Yeah, I do.
I'm just saying, man. You look like that. On the other side of that, there needs to be a stack of Bud Light cans this high.
I quit drinking. I'll occasionally have like one drink with dinner, but that's a rare thing now.
You don't see the rest of the apartment grid. The wallpaper is pizza boxes, okay?
And stacks of various alcohol bottles.
Yeah.
Trophy wall. Not with the college. Yep. I understand what goes on.
No, I quit drinking this summer. I ended up in like a hospital in San Marino for alcohol poisoning, and I realized, okay, that's enough. I'm good.
Yeah, well, I mean, do that.
If you're going to retire, do it after you go pro, right? Yeah. So.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Yeah. So are you so you're a leftist? Are you also a feminist?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Can you define what's your definition of feminist? I'm just curious.
It's the practical sense or like the theoretical sense.
I'm just saying what you think it is. I'm not debating or anything. I just want to understand what you think.
The theoretical idea is just going to be like equal rights, and then the practical idea, at least in like the modern world, is just going to be promoting women's rights.
Your mic went really low.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
The theoretical idea is mostly going to be focused around like promoting equal rights between sexes, and then the pragmatic application is going to be promoting women's rights.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
Well, so is it fair to say then that you think there's areas in which women aren't equal within Western society?
Yeah, probably.
I forgot where I was going with that. All right.
We'll answer Melissa's question here. Question for the patriarchs. I agree people should generally be free to choose what they want, but what happens when society ends up paying for the consequences of their choice?
Society pays either way.
The society should pay for the consequences of their choice, but unfortunately it is our reality.
Society pays either way. Like either society becomes dumber for it or society becomes at higher risk. But the risk, the higher risk is not without greater payoff. If you look at times when Western society was more risky and more free, we had better standards of living. We had safer communities, even though there was a higher risk. We had more intelligent people. We had more considerate people. We had community. We had nation. Like none of that we have now. Like at the end of the day, life is inherently fragile, and any of us can die at any moment. And so, rather than worrying about when we're going to die or how we're going to die, we should spend more time worrying about how we live and what we're going to leave behind. But that's just me.
Do you have any input on that, Corinth?
I'm not one of the patriarchs. I don't think I get to.
Oh, you get the answer, man. Come on. It's fine. It's fine. You don't believe in patriarchy?
Not particularly.
You don't believe that men should lead the household?
If that works for the specific like family, go for it.
Interesting. Okay.
Would you say that on the whole, it works out better? Would you say that like the feminist worldview works on the exception?
I would say that it would generally tend to be bad having like a hardline leader in the household generally, because most people just have a really bad idea of like risk assessment. I think probably for isolating out for cases that it works, probably it would fall more under like men leaving the house, but that's already a subset in my view.
I'm not sure I understand. It's a subset of men that exercise good judgment and lead the house?
Yeah, like it's a subset of people that exercise good judgment and are successful ability to lead the house are going to be like the
Okay.
primarily men. That subset's going to be primarily men, I guess. But
Jessica Bowman, men actually have less rights than women. Just want to put that out there to you that legally men are disadvantaged. We can be, if we do not pay our child support, we go to jail. We have no say in reproductive rights whatsoever. And we are, men have, and we also have to go to war through selective service. So technically, women have the W on this one, men have the L. Just want to make sure that that's accurately stated. Accuracy matters in all things. Sorry, guys. Okay, now you can continue, guys. I'm sorry. I just didn't, can't let that one go.
No, I think that does it. I mean, so you wouldn't agree that throughout history, we've gotten to where we are today because of male leadership, not only in households, but throughout society, right?
throughout society, I'd probably agree with more so than like within households. I think the majority of households had like really poor leadership, generally speaking.
Well, so then how do you reconcile those two things?
When you're looking at like society wise, you're already selecting for like people who are going to be good leaders. And I'm willing to bet like those are probably going to primarily be men or have like a lean towards it. I just don't think the broader set is going to be a positive enough on being good leaders that it's going to be applicable to like households, generally speaking.
Well, I mean, it stands to reason to me that society is downstream from the family. And so if you would agree to that, I don't see how the majority of men can be poor leaders within families, but competent leaders like societally, right? Yeah, that's where I'm getting hung up.
I'm not sure the leaders of the households are like the leaders of the society. There are like some that are the leaders of society those are also going to be leaders of their households. So like if you look at like prominent families and things, they're going to be the leaders of society and they're going to be successful leaders in the households. So I'd say that, but like you look down upstream of them at like sub households, smaller households, yada yada yada, and you'll see like a lot more failing of leadership there.
And you think that's throughout history, or you think that's more of a modern issue?
I think it's probably throughout history. It seems like we look at things and it's like a very small set of people that we look at and say that was a good leader. We don't look at people and say generally they were good leaders.
Well, I mean, all right. So let me come at it from this perspective. Would you say that we live in a more comfortable time, societally speaking, than we ever have before?
Yeah. 100%.
All right. And then for the majority of our history, we've had patriarchal leadership, right?
Yep.
So then is the latter not a direct result of the former?
Maybe, depending on how we're making this lead into it. Like, is it a result, technically speaking, but is that what caused the following result? I'm not fully bought into.
Well, the way that I see it is that society is comprised of people, and the way you get new people is through family. And so if the families are dysfunctional or they're under bad leadership, they fail, right? And they either don't produce children at all, or they don't produce children who will carry on the line. And so if we incorporate survivor bias into that, it would seem that the patriarchal leadership within the family unit, historically speaking, inherently resulted in the type of society that we have today. And then through that, we can extrapolate out that when that patriarchal system started breaking down, our society also started breaking down with it, right? As direct results.
Have you ever heard the term value over replacement player?
The value over replacement what?
Player. It's a sports analytics term used primarily in basketball. It's
I
basically
haven't,
saying
no.
how well this player does relative to like the expected average player would do. And that's how I look at a lot of like
Okay.
politics through it. Like, how would the society have done if it wasn't for this specific leadership and instead like some generic form of like non-positive or negative leadership? And I'm not sure your average family is too far off from that, given like either male or female leadership. It's the exceptional leaders that are like that we base patriarchy on and downstream from. And those are primarily going to be men, which I'd agree to. So it's not that like your average man is going to be a good leader. It's just you have more exceptional men who are leaders than exceptional women who are leaders.
Right. The apex leaders are typically men, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right. But isn't how you get those apex leaders through functional families rather than dysfunctional ones?
I'm not necessarily. It's going to be like the old that hard times make strong men meme thing. Like it would generally seem to be like you need some sort of hard family or dysfunction there to get the strongest part out of it. Like the more successful the family is, the less likely they're going to be tested harder and yada, yada, yada.
Well, it's not so. Well, I'm diverging from the success portion when it comes to that. I think there is something that comes from adversity, at least with men. Men do develop something from adversity. But what I was getting at was more if you don't have average or even mediocre families that are still functional, can you ever get apex leaders on the broader social scale, right?
I mean, it might be how we're like using the term dysfunctional here. What exactly are you meaning by that?
Well, so functional would be like a square, right? Someone who fits into society. They clock into their job. They're beneficial to not just themselves or their family, but to society in general, their nation, their community. As opposed to dysfunction, which would be a son who's gay or a daughter who's a lesbian, children that uphold the values of a other country as opposed to their own country, or other communities opposed to their communities, that kind of thing.
I think that we'd look at it and see like the majority of like apex leaders were the latter category then. Like the reason they're such good leaders is because they're pushing against something that's already existing. You'll see this in like through even the American revolutionaries. They were holding up a value of a country to come rather than the country they were a part of, and things like this.
Would you not say that that's more that they were holding up values that they have a belief system than the actual country, than the idea of a country? It wasn't that there was no country for them to believe in yet. It was simply that they had a belief system that ran contrary to what was being imposed on them. And so I don't think that you can say, I don't think that that's accurate. I like accuracy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I meant like country to come as in like they were holding something that doesn't exist yet. They're holding a view that's not of their country. And when we like try and boil that down to like if we say America was the country, then it's just a country to come. It's a future state, so it's not a current country.
Well, I don't know that really answers the question, because you're using country in the modern sense, and I used like community and nation, right? Nations aren't countries, countries aren't nations. Yes, the revolutionary men were not thinking of their country, which was England, but they were thinking of their nation, which was English, right? And what they fought for, what like the philosophy that started the revolution, was very much within the best interest of their community and of their nation.
Yeah, it wasn't like the best interest of it, but it wasn't like the common belief in that nation. It wasn't like the shared idea of it. It was something like 3% of people at the start of it supported the revolution.
Right.
I like I like this point, but let's boil it down a little further. So, in the family unit, do you think that it's better for men or women to lead? And why would you? And which way do you think? And why do you think that it leans that way? Um, and do you would you say, based on your personal observations, experiences, and just what you've seen in the world, would you say that which systems have you, or which dynamic do you think has been the highest percentage of success? And success measured by just overall happiness, some stability. I mean, nobody's perfectly happy. There's no perfect anything. So let's not draw, very poor metrics. Let's use something realistic. But I'm just curious, and as I know Spectre wants to say something on this, I let Corinth go first, because I know.
I was just going to say that I'm perfectly happy. How dare you? But
I know I was about.
Yeah.
I don't want you to like blast off here.
So like for the average person, I think if you have like a men woman, it's gonna be like this bar, and then for womenling, it's like this bar. There's so much overlap between the two that for your average family, you can't make a really strong predictive guess. Then if you're looking at like the upper end, you'd probably agree like if the successful ones, if we isolate four, it's going to be more likely to be men, but you're not very likely to have that successful one. It's going to be in a toss-up range usually. So I wouldn't make any like strong predictive measures of like men should lead or women should lead. It's just
so in the relationships that you've observed, and granted you're in college, and I'm not holding you to like a super high, no thousands of people or whatever, because that would be stupid of me. In the relationships that you've observed, when the women have been, or actually, have you ever observed a relationship where the woman was the leader in the relationship? She generated the income, she provided a stable home, she provided a stable anything, and the male was basically not was in the more feminine role. Have you seen those relationships? How often, or your just guess on how often you see those, and do they work, do you think?
Those are like particularly really rare. What I've seen a lot
Sure.
more is like dual income families where like they're both.
So hold on. So dual income families, I think we have to still say that we have to at some point say, well, the man's, somebody's leading this ship, and it's not based on income. So that I think is something that people use to muddy the waters when they talk about this subject. And it really annoys me a little bit, because I listen to a lot of people talk about it. One of the first things that's always brought up is, well, in dual incomes, the woman often makes more than the man. The man, doesn't have to work as hard, and his job is less important. So if they lose a job, the woman still is able to provide the support. Well, that's irrelevant, because we're not talking about who has a better job. What we're talking about is who's leading the relationship. Who is the person that when the decisions are made, is the woman making the decisions? Is the man making the decision? Is the man making it? If as I talked to Chip and Flint earlier today about, I told him, I said, people these days, they really have this block about doing what's necessary to survive. If there are no jobs in your area and you need to move from, I'm picking on you a minute, upstate New York down to Florida, there are people that would not do that because their whole family, they have this whole list of reasons why they shouldn't move. But none of those reasons help them survive and better their life. Whereas somebody that is willing to do that is going to be able to better their life. So would you say that more often it's going to be the man in the relationship that's going to make that choice to move his family to somewhere where he can make a better living, or where the wife has more higher potential to make a living alongside him, so they have a strong dual income stream? Do you think it's more likely that the male is going to make that decision or the female is going to make that decision?
I'm not sure. I guess male, but I'm not exactly.
Right. And this is what we're really talking about, or what I always talk about, is leadership. I'm not talking about who makes more money. I'm not talking about who has a higher education. I'm talking about when the buck stops and the decision has to be made, who is that person, and who does a better job of it in general? Do men do a better job of it, or do women do a better job of it, do you think?
I've, in my own personal experience from like family relationships, close family friend relationships, things like that, the successful relationships I've seen have been about like a 50-50 split. But that's also looking from like the outside. Okay. And like looking at
it's hard to judge, right? Because you don't know what goes on behind closed doors, right?
Yeah.
So, right. You just see the public face. I get it. In your relationships, have you been the leader or the follower?
Generally the leader, but I also like to think of myself as like someone who is actually capable of making good decisions. But that might just be bias.
Well, everybody does.
Yeah, though, everyone does, right?
You're never going to find it.
I agree.
I wasn't going to point that out. I was going to give it.
Generally,
I know it's.
I'm going to let him have one W, bro.
I'm aware it's biased, but like
he may be an exception, right? But as far as leaders go, whenever anyone argues any point, they always think, okay, I'm capable of whatever I'm talking about. It's everyone else that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
100%. So, yeah.
That's absolute bias, right?
Yeah.
And this is what's interesting, is that when I start talking to feminists about this, because I'm not looking for a debate. I'm not trying to score points. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to cock block you with different debate terms. I just literally want to say, hey, man, think about it, because I like to have discussions, and I think that it's productive to do so. And I've yet to meet a male that claims to be a feminist that has ever actually let a woman lead him in anything. He's always an alpha type that says he's a feminist because it's cool. Not all men, you're probably not, and you probably don't see yourself that way, but it's almost always that way. I mean, I'd say like 78, 80% of the time, out of the 100 or 200 people that I've talked to over my life about why they think they're feminist. I almost cursed there, but it wasn't necessary. That is called restraint. It's called restraint, folks. I have restraint. Bastard.
Cap.
I'm not a feminist because I think women are capable. I'm a feminist because I think men are incapable.
Okay.
That's what.
Well, I mean, hey, look, there's stupid men out there.
Yeah.
I meet them every day. I've hired a ton of them.
I think the average man is pretty stupid.
I mean, if we counted bodies as how many people we've fired, I've stacked a lot of bodies. I'm just telling you. Like cordwood, buddy. Because men are stupid, and men are especially stupid in the workplace. I don't know what happens when they put their work pants on, but they just fucking forget everything. And which is weird, because that's the one place where you actually need to be capable. Nobody cares how good you are at home sitting on your couch. We only care about how good you are when work needs to be done. And it's very funny. It's very interesting. Anyway, that was a productive conversation. I don't need to ask Spectre, which is why I need to go first, because I already know what he's going to say. We all know what Spectre's going to say.
Oh, everyone knows what I'm going to say.
You to go first.
Yeah, everyone knows my position on women. Like in the kitchen, no power, no say. What I say goes. That's it.
Yeah.
End of day. Like,
Right. Yeah.
especially me, because I am the exception. Whatever I set out to do, I'm more than capable. So everyone else is the problem.
I agree with that fully, 100% behind.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I think the problem that most people have, and Zub, Zub 87. I don't know who this is, but he's cool. Yeah, I was dumb. Life hit hard. Got to learn fast. That's right. I mean, isn't that how that works though? You're just like one day you're just wandering along. You're dumb as a box of fucking rocks, and all of a sudden, life just like smacks you around like it's your like you're a bitch. You're just like, and you're like, holy crap, what happened to me?
That's what I'm wondering about that gesture. What happened? What was that?
That's a great question. Probably firing. I'll have to do some math to go through the. I don't have books or anything. I didn't keep a ledger. So, but I fired
Is
a
it
lot.
really that high?
Huh?
Is it really that high? I feel like one of those should be hands down by far, heads and shoulders above the other, one way or the other.
I have fired a lot of people. And I did it before I worked for myself. When I was a manager, I fired people. I just didn't really accept incompetence. I never had. Like, I don't understand how people can do that. And so when I was in college, I ran movie theaters. That's what I did in college. That's how I paid my way through college. That was one of my jobs. I had a bunch of jobs, but the job I liked the best was I was a manager for movie theaters, and I was actually by the time I was done, I was I don't know what they had a term for my position. I don't remember what it was. Basically, when they were going to fire another manager in town, they would come get me from whatever theater I was in at that point, and then they would bring me along and fire that guy and then install me on the spot. I was the Swiss Army knife. I fixed everything. And then I would get that, I'd turn that theater around, I'd make money again, and get the per cap up and just do everything the way it should be. And I fired entire staffs. Like literally, I've gathered everybody together and said, hey, I'm sorry. Your old manager was a thief. He was stealing. I can't trust not even one of you because none of you said anything about it. So you're all gone. There's your last check. Get out.
Yeah.
So I'm not now. I mean, I've mellowed like a tremendous amount, but I used to be a ruthless bastard. Just absolutely hardcore cold. So it's just the way it is, And I've always find it interesting because I'll hear men who run crews or who deal with staff, and they're talking about, well, I got this one guy, man. He, one day he's great, the next day he's not, and I just, I just can't ever count on him. But when he shows up, he does good work, man. And I'm like, well, fire that motherfucker.
Yeah,
get rid of his ass. And enough people fire him, he will straighten his ass up where he's 100% all the time, or he'll find another career. One of the two.
Yeah.
It's super simple. I don't understand why this is so hard. It should be very easy. It should be very simple. Now I do believe that, like the fellow I was talking about earlier, that worked himself to death. I think that you can overdo it. I mean, I personally, and I've talked about this before, when I was getting ready to go to Miller Motorsports Park for a race in 2010, 2012, somewhere along in there. And it's probably 2010, late 2010, early 2011. And we had a car that was supposed to be done, didn't get done. And I literally built a car. I built a race car in about a week and a half, caged it, everything. And towards the end, when you're getting all of, it's like the last 10% takes 90% of the time.
Yep.
And I couldn't keep my guys there. They had families. They wanted to go home. So they'd work. I mean, they would work long hours. They could show up at like 8 o'clock and then they'd go home at like 6 or whatever. But they wouldn't stay like me. And I stayed 3 days straight in my shop working. And at the end of it, I tell people this I couldn't weld. Like I was sitting there, I had the hood on, I'm sitting there trying to weld, and it's something I do. At that time, I was doing it every single day. I was like trying to weld, I couldn't fucking weld, and I was blowing holes in shit and just everything. And my wife actually came down to the shop and made me sleep on the couch in my office for like 3 or 4 hours, and then I got up and I worked again. And we ended up showing up to the race with the car, to the event with the car. The car wasn't really ready, and it also snowed. So we only ran one car that weekend instead of two, because we weren't really actually prepared for the conditions. And I mean, there's a lot of reasons why, but it was cool. It was a great event. It was a cool time, but it's hard for people to understand putting in that kind of work, but men do it. I very rarely see women do that. Just saying. It's very rare. Melissa, do you I see that you're in the chat. Do you have you worked do you know women that put in work like that? You're in an industry where women would do that. Sound off if you don't mind. So she's not going to sound. It takes a minute. There's a lag.
Yeah.
So what kind of computer stuff did you do, Spectre? I actually didn't remember you saying anything about that previously.
No, I hadn't said anything about it previously, but God, all of it, man. Like home user stuff. I can't figure out how to open my email. Where'd my email go? Where'd my file go? Like, where is this? How do I do that? Everything, man. Like the boomer meme with technology. I was the guy that fixed a lot of it. It's a little retarded because I wanted to get into it for like building computers, right? Building gaming systems. I grew up back in the late 90s. I liked Alienware, the look of it, how like the aesthetics and everything. I was like, I want to build something like that for people. And I sold a couple systems. I think I sold maybe 6 or 7, but nobody really wanted that. Like Alienware was a thing. It was a big name. I think back then XPS was getting popular. Maybe it was coming off of being popular. But yeah, towards the very end, I was installing like network systems, so your routers, your switches, managed, unmanaged, just this stupid shit. It made a lot of money, but stupid shit. And oh man, the headaches. Oh, the headaches. Oh. But yeah,
that's why you're so acerbic.
I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? I need the definition.
Caustic.
I don't know. I think that I've seen enough of people in society to know what's bullshit, and I have a very low tolerance for it, and I have a low tolerance for like willful ignorance. And if there's two things that are overly present today, it's bullshit and willful ignorance. So,
yeah, that's true. Acerbic is sharply or bitingly critical, sarcastic, or ironic in temper, mood, or tone.
Let's go. Every day, all day, no stop. Forever and ever, amen. Like
you need to read more. You're slacking. Improve your vocabulary.
Send me a word a day calendar. Like only the big words, the really big words.
The really big words.
The really big ones.
I actually have I'm kind of famous for killing computers. I get about a year out of them, and then they're dead.
Okay.
And then, but I've had basically Lenovo and Microsoft. Just the fuck are those things? Surface Pro, Surface Pro X.
Okay.
All that kind of stuff.
Right.
And this last one, my computer was I think I had a Lenovo, and it was just kind of going. It just started having some weirdness to it. So I bought an MSI, which is like a ridiculous gaming computer.
Yeah.
and it's been awesome. Like, it does everything I need. It weighs like 10,000 pounds.
Yeah.
I feel like I need a forklift to lift this fucking thing, and battery lasts like 80 minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
but it's a tank when it comes to running. It'll run anything, man. It's
yeah.
I actually have been, the entire time I've been streaming, I've been I have a is that program that I've got running here. It's Filmora. I have Filmora converting last night's live stream into I think it's I don't forget which format, probably MP4, so that I can re-upload it with the edits, because I edited out a bunch of the beginning, because I had 2 hours of sound and Matrix. Had the Matrix going for 2 hours pre-show.
Okay.
So I cut all that stuff out, and while I'm sitting here streaming, it's doing it in the background. Doesn't care. It just I haven't even heard the second fan kick on. It's not even working hard. It's been awesome.
Well, the technology has really helped a lot. There's so many cores and CPUs now. It's just stupid. Like, not even that long ago, it was 2 and 4 cores, and like 6 was like really hot. And now I don't know. Like, what's Threadripper got, or is it Epic now? I forget which one, how they do their naming. But they got CPUs like 32, 64 cores, 128 threads. Like,
yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. Yeah. Well, I don't even try and pronounce her name. I mess this up every single time. I just call her by her name. Her name's Melissa. There are some women who put in incredible amounts of work. They generally forgo having a family to do that. And then she followed that up with, I have to scroll, the most difficult and hour-intensive specialties in medicine are still dominated by men. That figures. So, this is the issue I have with feminism, is that if more women were doing it and more importantly, if more women wanted to do it and felt like that it was something that was going to make them happy, I could kind of go along with it. But for the most part, I don't believe in feminism. I think feminism is a lie sold to women to make them feel better. Which is why I'm always interested when men consider themselves feminist. I'm like, that's always a great discussion. So
I don't even know if it's meant to make them feel better. I think it's meant to make them want to participate in a system that desires their labor. And like, that's it. Like, if it was about them feeling good, the changes that it would propose would be more in line with tradition, because that's what did make women feel good. Like, I think a lot of the conversation between like men, women, feminist, not feminist, or traditional, whatever, I think it skews towards this perception that the men who hold traditional or patriarchal views don't value women. And it's not the case. Like, women are of equal value to men, because without women, you don't have society, right? You don't have the species. But they're not equal to men. They're not equal in capability. And I think that's where the average person has trouble reconciling those two things being possible at the same time.
I think you're wrong. I think that men are less valuable to society than women are, but men are not equal to women and are, in fact, we're not equal in ability, but we're less valuable. And that's proven out time and time again, because men fight wars, men surrender their lives, men will sacrifice themselves for women. We're just less valuable. Women are more valuable. Men protect women, period. End of story. Even honest, I would not hesitate to say that the most devout male feminist, unless he's just a complete pussy, if he was in a convenience store and it was getting robbed and there was a woman between him and the guy with a gun, he would step in front of that woman. The most devout pussy hat wearing feminist would step in front of that woman and he may not take a bullet for her, but he would at least try to protect her from somebody trying to do harm. Anybody want to argue that one? I mean, or not argue, but anybody have a differing opinion? Because I just don't think
I see where you come from with it, but I think perhaps we're talking about value in two different ways.
Sure, could be.
Like, so when I say that men and women are of equal value, it's because you literally can't have the species without both. And so while men are, yes, more self-sacrificing, we see that as serving our value, right? Like that is our value. In modernity, it's become like men have become this thing that are just disposable because that's how we have allowed things to progress. But I think we've done so because we've ignored what makes us valuable. We've bought into this fallacy that we are just disposable things, rather than that self-sacrificing aspect being an intrinsic part of what makes us valuable, right?
Okay, I can see that. Sorry, I gotta adjust this really quick. Do you want to answer that, Corinth? Am I saying that right? It is Corinth, right?
Corinth.
Corinth.
Like more
right.
Canadians say Corinth for some reason. Right. It tends to be like when as much equality as can be achieved is met is when it'll be over.
Do you not feel like we've exceeded the equality and gone the other way?
No, if like we've gone the other way, then there's just another inequality there. Like I would say that the equality part also should be on like legal rights as well, and also like social statuses and social standings.
So wouldn't that make you an egalitarian and not a feminist?
That's why I made like the theoretical distinction between the pragmatic distinction. When we say like egalitarian, we just mean like the theoretical aspect of what feminism is trying to achieve. It mostly boils down to like semantics there. Plus, it's a lot more funny to end up like annoying, no offense, but really conservative and like right-wing men by saying like, yeah, I'm a feminist. What's the argument against it? That's a really fun argument to have.
I'm sorry. I missed the first part of that. The conservatives.
What? It's just fun to like say that and then have like people get really mad about it. It's like the opposite of owning the libs and triggering the libs.
Saying what specifically? I'm sorry.
Just like I'm for feminism and just running down weird positions. It does like it's the opposite of saying MAGA to some people.
Gotcha. Okay.
So you would arguably say that you're an egalitarian and you use the feminist moniker as a troll then, right?
No, I think that boils down to purely semantics and they point to the same topic. It's like I guess the difference would be like some people take feminism to mean something else, but that's not what I see it to mean.
Yeah, but I don't know. That gets into the whole like redefining of words.
Yeah.
Like egalitarian means a very specific thing, and feminism means a very specific thing, and they are mutually exclusive. Like literally, feminism is by the structure of the word for women, right? For the female, whereas egalitarian is for equality, and so they are opposed. Like you can't have both. You can't reconcile that. It's like saying that you can be a Marxist. I don't know what's an opposite of a Marxist. You can be a Marxist and for free markets. It's like not really.
No, it's not at all like mutually exclusive. So, like egalitarianism is just like aiming for equality between the sexes, and feminism is just the advocacy of women's rights with the aim of equality for the sexes.
But there's nothing intrinsic within the term itself to denote that definition, right? That's like saying this guy's not a murderer; he just killed somebody by accident, or he killed somebody because he had to. It's like he's probably still a murderer, Like feminism, it's the advocacy of women, and like that's it, right? You can sugarcoat it or, post hoc rationalize it after the fact by saying, oh, well, it's an egalitarian movement because women were oppressed and they were, subjugated for decades and decades and millennia, and we want better living conditions and better reproductive rights, right? But it's all sophistry. It's not within the word core itself.
It's within the original meaning of the word and how the word has been traditionally used by meaningful actors within it and meaningful thinkers for it. It's always been with the aim of some form of equality there.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know all of the founding members, but there's a few that didn't believe in the egalitarian worldview.
It's not like egalitarian.
Take a second to think and answer Sport Brand here. What's your thoughts on that?
No, I'm not sure if that takes away like the honor sacrifice.
Well, I actually meant Spectre, but since he was
he's totally right. It does take away the honor. If men are just disposable, basically, trash bags or shopping bags, then yeah, the massive sacrifice we make not only for ourselves or in our own lives, but with respect to the lives of our families, like where's the recognition? Where's the honor? To a lesser degree, it boils down to why men don't get appreciation for holding doors open anymore, right? Or walking on the street side of the sidewalk. The cultural war that's gone against the traditional structure has taken all that away from men. And it's made it so that men have no real incentive anymore culturally to do those things, because for all that self-sacrifice, there is no real reward anymore. So yeah,
Jim Bob, do you want to be on the
right.
program? Jim Bob, I see you in chat, and he just made it. You have a question from Jim Bob. Jim Bob, do you want to pop on, buddy?
Yeah, what's a lens?
I'm not sure either.
What's an LIN?
I don't know. Let me try and get him on here, and we'll have him.
Okay.
Come on, Jim Bob. I'll send you a link. I need an email though, or something. I need some way to send you a link.
Good night, Jim Bob. Good night, Peter.
Jim Bob's great. If you guys don't know who he is, he's a satirical cartoonist, and
Nice.
he started streaming. He's started streaming lately, and he's awesome. He's a really cool guy, and he's kind of made a little bit of an appearance here before, but hopefully we can get him. We can tag him in here. I muted my phone. You guys would be proud of me. I muted it before it decided to go off 18,000 times.
Yeah, the name reminds me of that one TV show from way back where there's like 12 different people in the house and they're all saying goodnight to each other. It's like, good night, Jim Bob. Good night, Katie. Yeah, good night, Jane. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. John Boy.
John Boy, that's, yeah.
And Jim Bob is John Boy.
It was John Boy, you're right. Yeah. They used to have that in a commercial for something. I think it was like insurance, like homeowners insurance, maybe.
Give a single example in the history of human LINs.
Yeah, it was the acronym that I was hung up on. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
what
I'm
that's
hung up on the
referring
acronym
to.
as well. I'm very curious.
Yeah.
Very interesting stuff. Jim Bob, are we still there? Come on, buddy. Unfortunately I can't PM him. I don't have him. So still watching Walton's awesome, dude. Awesome.
Do you want me to try and DM him on Discord?
I don't have him on Discord. I don't think. Let me look.
Get the carrier pigeons out. Some little carrier pigeon.
My really loud keyboard. I sound like Destiny.
I suppose there's worse things to sound like.
I
can't think
Not
of any,
many.
but
Not many.
I can't think of any, but I'm sure one exists.
I seriously sound like I'm a member of DGG when I'm typing now. It's like,
Yeah.
that's exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Every time you ask them a question,
Yeah.
every time, literally every time you ask them a question, they're like, just all the keyboard prattle going on.
Yeah.
And you're like, what in the world are you doing over there?
He's the defense counsel and the court stenographer all at once.
No, I don't know what he does. It's really funny. It's
Wait,
very
wait.
interesting.
I need to type it up first. Wait.
Well, it's notes, right? I mean, he's so. I don't know if
Well, I
analytical
think
is
they
the right
Google
word.
a lot. Like if you give them a point, they'll
Oh, is it?
Google something. Yeah, I
Maybe.
think they Google up, or they have a searchable database. And
Hmm.
apparently, I think a couple of them have been picked up on. And
Okay.
so it's like a playbook, right? So if you say that,
Right.
like if Corinne says, "Hey, I'm a feminist, and this is why," and they have a whole playbook. And if I say, well, what do you think about this as a male feminist?
Right.
They have a whole playbook of answers to come back at you with, and they
Right,
just
right.
and you can just hear them in the background. I had one on early on in the in the stream, and it was like the entire time that guy was on with me, all you heard was,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was, I was like, my God, what in the what is going on over there? And apparently it's like a whole DG, it's basically a technique and then of course he called me a liar, which is my favorite.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
That's my favorite. And then when I proved him wrong, he didn't apologize. It's one thing, if I call you out on something, like last night, there was a guy on here and he kind of called out some stuff about whatever. And Brian, I'm like, Brian does this, Brian buy that, and I'm like, well, I don't believe that. And then I kind of went after him a little bit. And it was a little late. I was a little tired. And I was like, I'm gonna go after you a little bit. And I did. And then he came back and he's like, hey, why are you doing this? This is what I'm saying. And I looked at it. I'm like, you know what? If that's really what you're saying, I kind of, you're cool. And I was straight up. I was like, hey man, if I misread that and this is what you actually think, cool. We're cool. No problem.
Yeah.
And he of course thanked me for having the class to say that. But the guy, when I called the guy on the lie, he was just like, didn't even say anything. He's just like, yeah, I want to prove that out. I want to go. I need to verify that. I'm like, whatever, just shut up.
Yeah.
The other tactic is that, and Andrew says this all the time, is that we're not going to accept either, no information that you provide, no study that you provide, nothing, unless you have very good documentation and vetting. We're not going to accept it. I'm going to say that you made it up, or you cherry picked the survey that was done with very specific aims and was paid for results and that kind of thing. And you're going to say the same thing about anything I provide. So we can just throw all that out right now. And so yeah, it's my studies. Jim Bob, buddy, are you out there, pal? Jim Bob? I feel silly a little bit.
If you can't feel silly now and then, what's the point of living?
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to throw this up there. 100% of men exist today descend from 40% of the men. Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, this fellow likes you. He says, ask Corinth if women should be given equality in divorce hearings if equality must be met.
Yeah, everyone should be given like an equal chance at their kids, if that's what I mean, and like that kind of stuff. I'm like also for reshaping the narratives around like men being terrible fathers for that reason. That seems to be like a big bias in the courts that plays on like really bad rates at the kids.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think Spectre's gonna take a quick break. I'm trying to. I really would like to get Jim Bob on. He's hilarious. I like that guy.
I like
Andrew,
Jim
I
Bob.
think, is at church right now, so he's probably not going to answer me, which is great.
If Andrew's not at church, it's weird. If Jim Bob's not.
I'm sorry.
I'm never mind.
I think it's the Orthodox Easter. I'm not really sure.
I'm pretty sure Jim Bob's Orthodox too.
Oh, maybe he just popped on for that one comment and then slid out. Oh, Jessica's messaged Jim Bob. Thank you, Jessica. Very nice of you to do that. You don't have to ask me to ask Corinth. You can just type the question, Corinth, and I will put it up there.
They're all so polite. They're like,
They are.
please,
Well, look,
Grid One Motorsports, ask this person.
yeah. It's very funny, you know. It's just like, hey, can you help? Can we help you? And I'm like I have a polite chat. They're not nearly as rowdy as you would think they would be, and they're polite. It's weird, strange.
I would reject that we should like work to ensure an equal number of like female CEOs as well. So like, it's just equal chances to get there, given like you're capable and stuff like. And I've already am willing to just bet like, yeah, it probably tends to be the case that like the most capable ones, the people that are going to tend to be CEOs, are going to primarily be men. So it'd be kind of silly to say like we demand equal numbers at that point. But
we're women. Oh, not all of you are women. I have a very mixed chat. Although my analytics don't bear that out. So.
No. Honestly, if you're like at 10% women, you have like a fairly woman-centric chat on YouTube.
My chat tends to be pretty. I mean, it's not 10%, but it's probably into like the 4 to 5%. But the analytics, as far as who watches the videos, man, it is like almost 100% 18 to 45-year-old men, like across the board. Like literally every analytic is that way. It's pretty interesting.
That's like the majority of anywhere
Podcast.
not socialist conservatives, socialist political commentary or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I almost wonder if it's content dependent. You know, like, do women really want the intellectual debates or the philosophical debates? Or are they more interested in like the cat videos and the cute dogs?
Probably that's true. Cute cat videos bore me to death, but I'm sure everybody else do that. Melissa, I just said the way it seems to break down the analytic, as far as YouTube can tell, because people do lie. Like this guy. Like
people
this guy just it comes out. I give a false DOB and fake names. Yeah, sure, of course you do. Why not? But that's okay. Basically, I get like almost 100% of the viewers are between 18 and 45-year-old males. It's like a very small percentage are female. So that's funny. I'm going to laugh now. So
I don't know, man. Cat videos make me hungry. I always get a craving for sweet and sour sauce for some reason. I can't explain it.
yeah, there you go. Listen at you. That's funny. Look at him trying to be funny, guys. He's trying so hard. All right, Keyboard Cat is a special panelist. He'd be probably the smartest guy on the panel. Fortunately, I don't speak cat, so I can't interpret. That's how that works. All right. Seeing that I've been born into a feminist world, New Jersey. Ah, cool. Listening to chats like you and Andrew have made me a better wife. Wow. Okay. My husband thanks you. Well,
Based. Very based.
I don't know how much credit I could actually claim. I'm just up here talking, and that's it. It's not that much.
Well, it's amazing. I don't think a lot of men realize how few men actually tell women about reality, like how things really work, because their husbands almost certainly don't do it. You know, like society is too prohibitive for that to happen for the most part. And so when you get women that do listen to based men, you know, it is beneficial, even if the target demographic isn't women. So.
Yeah. Well, okay, I think you're right. Right, like I'll pick up and run with that one. I think that most men have a real hard time being honest with their significant others about anything that they feel beyond "I like you, you're cute." That there's kind of like this. It's a narrow band, right? So if we're
Yeah.
talking like, if we're talking like in radio terms, they're like UHF. They're like what comes out is like compressed UHF, right?
Mm-hmm.
What men talk to other men about is like VHF. Like it's like
Yeah.
that shit's bouncing around the world. And
Mm-hmm.
what men talk to other men about publicly is like UHF, which is like that shit can be heard in Tokyo, right? Like that's huge waves, like massive amount, like 4-meter waves
Mm-hmm.
and shit. But men don't talk to other men in the same way that they probably should about anything about their private lives. We're very compartmentalized. I would find it exceedingly strange if a dude, even somebody I've known for years, if a dude just suddenly walked up and said, "Hey man, me and Dorothy are having problems and I talk to you about it in a minute," I'd be like, "No, why would you want to do that? Like, I don't want to get involved in this." And I'd probably hear him out, but I could hear him out, but I would be so hesitant to give an opinion, right? Because at that point you're locked in. Now you're involved. Do you want to be involved? I don't want to be involved. Most men are like, I got my own problems, bro.
Right. Well, so then I wonder if you would agree that that's what differentiates like an average man from a leader type. Like a leader type would get involved even if he might not want to.
Yeah. Right. I could go with that.
Okay.
Oh, you brought snacks? Oh, jelly beans.
Jelly belly jelly beans.
Jelly belly jelly beans. The best, man. Nothing but the best for the man.
The only. There are no other jelly beans.
Yeah. I'm gonna go through some of this stuff. Are you bored, Corinth? You look like you're fading on us, man.
I'm entertained right now.
If your eyes got much more slitted, I was
sorry. Like my monitor goes from like I have to look all the way up top to like not have my eyes look really far down.
Oh, I got you. All right, that's cool. That's all right, man. I was just like, is he sleeping? He looks like
every time I see my camera, I see that too, and I'm like, oh, I need to remember, look higher up.
Everybody falls asleep when I'm in the chat, like I don't know what it is. Like Jess, Corinth.
Or they spurg out and stress quit.
I either look like
I'm okay with that one. If they stress quit, I'm doing my job.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. I honestly do believe there are only certain men that can actually talk to other men about their problems. And I think that's why
Okay.
that men feel called to the priesthood.
Mm.
And I think that's why traditionally you see groups of men around a central core leader, right? Because
Right. Right.
he's the guy that everybody could talk to.
Yeah.
Because most of us can't just talk to any of our, like, I could be having the worst possible day ever,
Right.
and a dude call up and I'd be like, "Hey man, yeah, I'm doing great. Everything's cool, man. Everything's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's good. Don't worry about it." And there's like maybe 2 guys, 3 guys that I would be able to actually say, "Yeah, man, I'm fucked up today."
Mm-hmm.
Excellent radio analogy. I know, right? I know stuff. I'm smart.
Yeah.
I read and better myself. Stuff like that. So, it's not. Agree that men should gravitate towards compartmentalizing. However, we have men that didn't have fathers to teach them how to cope. That's true. And maybe men need to be more open to receiving consultation from men. Again, I don't think it's in men's nature. I don't think it's in part of male nature to do that. Corinth, do you do that? Do you just randomly talk to your buddies about, your balls itching and shit?
No, but no, but it's the idea of knowing that I'm able to talk to them if I need to. If something is actually bugging to that point, that like makes it better, and that's relieving rather than talking about it itself. If that makes sense.
Right, you talk
Okay.
around it, right? Like if you're and I don't know that you have a girlfriend or anything, but if your girlfriend was spurging out, threatening to leave, took the car keys, threw them across the yard, you had to spend an hour looking for them, and you can't call her a dumb bitch because she's within earshot, and so you're under your breath, you're looking for your keys the whole time, you're just so angry, and then your buddy calls up, you probably wouldn't tell him, "Hey, yeah, my girlfriend just threw the keys across the yard, and I was really angry." You'd be like, "Yeah, I'm just not feeling it, man. I'm so pissed off today. I can't get into why, but let's talk about something. Let's talk about something." Yeah. And that's how a lot of men do deal with it. They cannot talk about the actual thing that is the thing that pisses them off. And women don't understand that. Women have like this thing where they're like, they know you're pissed off, and they want to know why you're pissed off, and you just can't talk around it like you can with other men. So it's always an interesting dynamic, right?
Here's the question. If it's someone that you wouldn't be able to talk to about it if you wanted to, would you feel any better by having like the conversation around it with them?
No.
Yeah.
No, and I was gonna brush on that. Like I don't think it's an issue of men not being able to talk about it. I think it's an issue of men not having men not having another man to talk about it with or to. Like I don't have any guys that I can really talk about that kind of stuff with. So like when somebody calls me up, no matter how horrible my day's been or the week has been or whatever, I'm great and life is fucking amazing.
Right.
But whenever anyone else has a problem, I'm the guy they come to. Right. It's always been that way. I've never known why, but they tell me shit and I give them advice the best I can. They don't normally listen because, whoever listens, but
a lot of men find that cathartic, though. A lot of men deal with their problems by helping other men with their problems, right? So, like,
I suppose,
like, you probably wouldn't be able to tell, like, if you had a horrible day, you hit, stubbed your toe walking out of the house, you backed over your lawnmower, all the things that piss you off, right? So if your favorite your favorite tie has coffee on it, maybe you don't have a favorite tie, I don't know, but
I got a couple favorite ties.
Yeah, so you got a favorite tie, it gets coffee on it, just everything about your day is fucked.
Okay. Yeah.
And literally all of it.
Yeah.
And a dude calls up and he says, hey, Spectre dude, can I talk to you a minute, man? I'm having trouble with my car. Do you know anything about this? It's cathartic for a man to help another man when he is having problems. I don't think it works that way for women. I don't know, because I'm not a woman. I have no idea, but I don't know that it works that way for women. It doesn't seem to, because I think men, if you tell me a problem and I help you with it, that problem, unless you give me permission to talk about it, that problem's locked in a vault, bro. Like, it's never going to be repeated ever. Like the thing I just talked about earlier with Flint. I asked him before I'd said anything about that, and I wasn't gonna. And he was like willingly volunteering information. I would have only said a dude in the chat, and I wouldn't have talked about him specifically unless he was willing to have that out.
Right.
But if I help somebody and I tell somebody, if I tell other people about it, sometimes that's cathartic for them. I think that men just deal with problems differently, and we've spent a buttload of years and a lot of hours of psychologists trying to figure out a bunch of things that really just boils down to men don't want to talk about their problems, and it doesn't really help them. It really only makes them weaker. It only makes them hurt more. And that's I got a degree in psychology. I just don't agree with any of it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, men want solutions, and if they can't,
let's just throw that out there. Freud.
Freud wanted to do coke and fuck his patients. Like that. That's Freud in a nutshell.
He wanted to be able to afford to do coke.
Yeah. Well, like if you want a decent base point to start off from that isn't a complete wacko, you have to go to Jung. But even then, it's all wishy-washy bullshit. But yeah, men want solutions, right? And if we're going to talk about something that doesn't have a solution, or that nobody can offer us a solution for, then we don't see a point in talking about it, so we don't talk about it. Like there's other problems that do have solutions, so we'll solve those problems, and then maybe by the time we're done, this first thing will have a solution too. So, all
right, this is a good one and I'll get to the thing down below.
That's like what I just said.
Yeah. Here's an interesting thing that here's an interesting question I'll pose to the manly men on the panel tonight.
Oh shucks, I don't get the question.
No. Seriously. So in your experience, being a dude, do you when like the guys that go to war, and I'm talking about guys that go into deep, dark, bad places with like 4 other guys and do deep, dark, bad things in the name of science. And they come out, right? And they lock all that shit in, right? They see their buddies blown up. They see so many horrible things, and they lock that shit down and get the job done anyway. And they come back and they talk to these doctors that say, "Hey, let it out," and all that ever does is give them more and more nightmares. Do you think the guys that in your experience, in your observation, I don't know how many of these guys I somehow know a bunch of them. In your experience and observation, do you think it's better for those guys to open up and talk to people and do the psychoanalyst nonsense of dealing with their problems by talking it out versus locking that shit down and moving on with life? What do you think?
I'll let Corinth go first.
And silence filled the room.
Yeah,
silence is a big bitch.
I just can't even answer it. I have like the brain that you can't even like imagine things. It's just like weird vibes connected, so I can't even imagine like how PTSD would even be. So
okay. Yeah, well, I mean, we've kind of talked about this before, Grid. I think that if they are going to talk about it, they have to talk about it with somebody else that's been through something similar, or it's been through that with them, right? If you've seen the depravity and the monstrousness of what humanity can offer, some PhD in a room somewhere with a piece of paper on the wall, he's not going to fucking get it, right? And I think Clint Eastwood did a movie where there was a line similar to that. But yeah, I mean, the average person, they don't get it, right? They can't comprehend the mindset that you have to be in to face that darkness and come through the other side. And so, no, for the most part, talking about it doesn't help. And I think beyond that, a lot of what causes it in the first place is them realizing after the fact that what they've been through wasn't in line with what they wanted out of life anyway, or what they were doing it for wasn't actually the purpose for it. I don't know that there's any studies or like statistical data on it, but I would wager that PTSD was much less common during like World War I, the Revolutionary War, World War II, than it is in like Persian Gulf II or Gulf I, even Vietnam, right? Because they're being told they're fighting for this thing, and then they have to realize that not really, and the guys that died, their friends that died, their brothers, they didn't really die for it. They come back home, doesn't really matter, didn't really change anything. So like, what does that do to a guy who's been through that kind of? It's not even hell. Like hell isn't even that bad. Like
I haven't been. They tell me it's nice, but I haven't been.
Hell's okay if you go in the summer. Winter is when it's bad. Don't go in the winter.
That is a bad joke. I don't disagree with anything you said. I'm gonna add a little bit here. Like my grandfather, he was at the Battle of the Bulge, and it was terrible. He was in France, and it was bad, man. It was just bad.
Yep.
But he never really talked about it. Not even one time. Matter of fact, my entire life, I've never heard him tell a war story. I never heard him talk about any of it with anyone in the family. He would go to the VFW and he would talk with his buddies.
Yep.
And they'd have coffee every week. Actually, they have coffee every day. When coffee was a nickel, they'd have coffee every day. When it went to 30 cents, it was like twice a week. So
yeah.
Pragmatic.
Oh yeah.
And I just remember that. I mean, this is a guy that, so my grandfather was a medic. He wasn't in the Marines, so you couldn't call him a corpsman, but he was a medic. And so he saw a lot of really bad shit. And he never talked about it even once with us kids, ever. And my grandmother never really talked about it either. Even she didn't really even talk about her experiences. She worked in the factories building bombers. So that was just an interesting kind of aside, because, you fast forward a little bit. And of course, Vietnam is when all of the PTSD stuff kind of really started showing up. Right.
Yeah.
But I think that I wasn't specifically trying to talk about war. I was really more talking about how these guys go through these really horrific things, and they lock it down, and they're able to talk about it with each other, which is exactly what we've come to. Without me having to go into that, is exactly what we've come to, is that they talk about it with each other. They get together and they share that bond. They may never actually talk about the actual thing that happened. Right. They may never talk about, hey man, I had this kid, blown apart right next to me. I may never talk about that.
No.
But they'll talk about other things, and that is the catharsis. That is the healing process that they get. And I think that we do a lot of disservice to the way we treat a lot of it. And and actually, I think I have my own thoughts about how we enhance mental, the depravity of the mental health system in this country. But it's very interesting. But I mean, it's an interesting subject to talk about, and I only brought it up because I think that's an extreme of how men deal with their feelings. It's the same exact thing though when a man has a wife that makes his life hell. Most people will never know until one day they're divorced, and you go, "Really?
Mm-hmm.
How did I just saw them last week?" Remember, I'm sure you've heard that, right?
Yeah. Oh, I've heard. Yeah. Yeah.
I just saw them last week. They seem fine.
They seem so happy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just think that I don't know how to fix. I don't know that it needs to be fixed, and I don't know how to fix it, even if it does need to be fixed. I just feel like that there's it's part of it's part of men's mental health that we need to deal with, and it affects all of our relationships, right?
Yeah.
And even if you haven't been to war, like, even if you're just talking about getting turned down for jobs for 3 weeks straight, and you're just your life is in turmoil, you need your rent paid, your stress levels like fucking banging the rev limit, and and I don't know that it really helps it's never helped me to talk about it with anybody ever. Right. I just solved the problem.
Yeah.
And then it's better.
Right.
And I think that's a difference between men, well, maybe not too big a difference, because I think it helps women too. I just don't think they like to admit it. I don't think women are very honest with themselves a lot of the time. But that's a global statement that I probably shouldn't make. So anyway. All right, so all men like solving problems, which is what I just said. However, there's a difference between car troubles and relationship troubles. Cars are not personal. Right. Men can talk about their broken down ass car, but they're not going to talk about their broken down ass wife. That's just they're not going to do it. And if they do, probably a warning sign. There's something wrong there. I actually really hate it when other men talk to me about their wives, girlfriends, or anything. I don't want to know.
I hate
like really good friends.
I hate the poser type stuff. Like some guy, the relationship's solid, right? And he's just like, oh yeah, like she did this thing, it really pissed me off. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, no, she didn't, and even if she did, fuck you. Like one time, like, come on. It's like I got guys tell me what their wife is, threatening to do to them. Like, she didn't put the right kind of cheddar on your sandwich. Oh no,
Yeah. Melissa reminds us that she is in a job where, things happen. So. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes her very strong.
Yeah. Yeah. Death is all over the place, and I think one of the great disservices we've done to society in general is to distance ourselves from it. Life ends. And when you forget that life ends, you think that you're going to live forever. And you put off so many things, and you get to that end stage, and you're like, shit, I should have done this, and I wish I'd have done that, and I should have been nicer to that guy, and I wish I would have asked her out. It's like, tomorrow's promised to no one. If you're not living, you're dying. Get out there and live. But
I have a little story to tell you. So this comes off of Nextdoor, which is a cancer. I don't know if any of you guys have Nextdoor in your neighborhoods, but it's cancer. Just cut it out of your
we
lives.
might. I don't know.
Don't let it infest you, bro.
I talk to my neighbors face to face.
Right. That's and I don't know why I'm on Nextdoor. I don't know how that happened, but they've actually really slowed down sending me emails. I get one the other day.
All right.
I get one, and it's a forum for people to bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like it's supposed to be so that you know your neighbor and you can coordinate bake sales and yard sales, and you can have block party, whatever the fuck ever. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be that, but what it really is a bunch of Karens
Yep.
and Kevins bitching about kids riding their bikes on the street, or somebody blew their grass clippings on the sidewalk, or whatever. So this lady posted up the other day, and I really I'm gonna deadpan this. So I'm not saying which way I kind of voted on this, but
I'll
here's
know.
the story. Here's the story. So this apparently they live in like a condominium where they've got condos. The garages are on the back of the condo. There's a short driveway, and then there's an alleyway behind it between the next set of condos.
Okay.
So for some reason, I don't know why, I don't ask, I don't have the story here. This girl's uncle or great uncle, whatever relative, was passing away. Last moments of life in this condo, apartment, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So she races home. Her mom calls her, races home. She parks in the alley. As she's getting out, somebody else who's trying to get through the alley stops and yells at her and tells her that he's going to have the car towed. And she gets upset, obviously, passing away.
Yeah.
It's a little problem. I don't know. Wasn't there? Probably a little bit of a shouting match. The girl's feelings gets all up in her feelings, goes and complains to her mom. I don't know. Her car didn't get towed. Apparently the guy drove off. He was, whatever. Who knows what the problem was. So then the mom comes on the next door and complains about this guy yelling at her daughter while her uncle is dying inside.
Right.
Which, how's that guy supposed to know? All he knows is that you're illegally parked, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Well, maybe not illegally, but I'm saying illegally. I shouldn't have said that. You're parked in an alleyway where cars drive. Like, this is the access to everybody's garage.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not an alleyway. Really, it's part of the parking lot or a road, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So several people comment, "Oh, that's so terrible. That's awful. How could you be so inconsiderate?" Whatever. Several other people comment, "You're very entitled. Why do you think it's okay to block the street and not just go park where you can park?" Right. And through the course of the conversation, it comes out that not only was the daughter's car parked in the driveway, but the hospice nurses that were there to oversee this, they were parked. Apparently there was like a line of cars parked there. I don't know.
Okay.
And so you got like this 70-30. 70% of people are like, how dare you, while this guy's dying,
Yeah,
not let her do whatever the fuck she wants. And on the other side, you've got, you raving bitch, why are you parking on the damn road? Which side do you fall on?
The second one. I fall on the second side.
You raving bitch, how dare you park in the road?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The rules apply always, or they're not rules.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Corinth?
Yeah, the second one. Like,
let's go. Yeah.
Park in the way. Who cares that your uncle is dying? He's gonna die one way or the other. Whether you're there or not, he's gonna pass, right?
Yeah.
So here was my take. I was exactly that. I said, look, let's just suspend all the laws so that you can park wherever the fuck you want. And I can't use fuck, by the way. They won't post it for you. But anyway, that gave the point. And people are like, you're so heartless. I hope when your loved one is dying that someone blocks you. And I'm like, you think I haven't had anyone in my life die?
Yeah.
Everybody dies, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody. It only matters how you live, and look at how you're living. You are so concerned about the people in your life passing that you're not even living your own damn life.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that I think is really interesting, because I have a very apathetic attitude towards death. We're all going to die. It doesn't matter. If I walk out this door and fall off the steps and break my neck, I'm dead. Done. Good knowing you. Had a good time tonight. I can't do anything about that. And I'm not angry about it. And I don't get sad when I go to, like my grandmother passed. She was 104 years old. Everybody's like, oh, that's so terrible. You lost your grandmother. My grandmother lived to be 104 years old, dude.
Yeah.
I was like,
yeah.
Fuck yeah, you made it. Right? Like, that's amazing. I want to do that. How do I do that? Right?
Was she waiting for the end too?
Incredible life.
Yeah.
I can't be sad about that.
Was she joking about wanting to die at the end or towards the end?
Was she? When we had Christmas dinner with her on when she was 104, and she's like, "I won't make it to 105," and we're like, "Oh yeah, you will." And no, she was right. She didn't make it to 105. So yeah.
Yeah, my granddad towards the end, like he had a good life and he was comfortable and everything. He'd be like, "God damn it, I'm so sick of living. I wish like God would just take me away." I was like, "What the fuck?"
I mean, it's the same thing when it's like it's the same thing when I'm about to literally light up all of the women in chat. I'm going to receive hate mail.
Do it. Do it.
I really hate the term fur babies. They're
Thank you.
Animals.
Yes.
They're animals.
Yeah.
They're animals. They're, you know what they are? They're pets.
Yep.
They're pets. That's what they are. My pet is my pet. If my dog died, I'd be really sad. I would go get another dog.
Yep.
Okay. It's not my kid.
Nope.
It's driving me crazy that people equate human life to the life of a fucking chihuahua. Fuck that chihuahua.
At least let it be a German Shepherd. Come on.
I agree if we're talking about chihuahuas. German Shepherds, on the other hand.
He's biased against. That's racist, bro.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Yes, and?
You're losing your feminist card tonight, bro. It's gone. Man.
If I haven't already lost it by this point, there's nothing I can do to lose it. Okay.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. I just don't understand the fur baby thing. And I literally have like this. I literally have my email gets filled up with all of this next door email like once a week. I guess it all comes the same day. And it's just like, can somebody please adopt this fur baby? We can't take care of it anymore. And I'm like, adopt? I mean, give somebody a dog, right? Okay, cool. Yeah. I don't have room for another dog, but hopefully somebody will.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're animals. They're cats.
Yeah.
They're dogs.
I hate cats.
You can tell that these people didn't grow up on farms, didn't grow up in any kind of rural area, all of that. And I actually triggered a bunch. I actually almost forgot about this. This is great. So I triggered the shit out of a bunch of them about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. So I was coming through the it's a major street that connects one major street to where I can come into my subdivision. It's not really my neighborhood.
Okay.
And there was a dog that had been hit by a car. Now, I don't know how it is in other places in the world, but in the state of Tennessee, or at least my part of Tennessee, if your animal gets hit by a car, you're responsible for the damages your animal did to that car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this literally, I swear, every time that you say this in any of these forums or whatever, it's like shooting a rocket. It's just like it's an explosion of they lost their animal. Yeah. And I'm like, you're responsible for that animal. If that animal gets out and a guy hits his car and he tears up the front of his car, you get to pay for it. Now, obviously, it's meant for farm animals, right? Like the law is originally meant, if the cow gets out of the fence, you hit a cow, I'm telling you, your vehicle's I watched a SUV hit a cow one time and it fucked it up.
Yeah, man.
It wasn't even a full grown. It was like a calf. It wasn't even like a full grown. Yeah, it was like a little one. I've never. It was a little one. That SUV up. I mean, it looked like it had gone a couple of rounds with Tyson, bro. It was. The calf didn't fare much better.
No,
but that SUV was fucked. It was like a Tahoe, I think, or maybe a Suburban.
No.
I think it was a Tahoe. I think it was a short one. I think it was a Tahoe. Whatever, doesn't matter.
Okay.
So I'm driving through. And I noticed that there's a dog that's been hit by a car.
Mm-hmm.
I don't bother stopping because you know what's going to happen? Somebody else is going to stop and take care of the car. And sure enough, literally the car behind me, the Subaru, by the way. So you have to assume lesbian, right?
Yeah.
You kind of have to, right?
Mm-hmm. Assumption,
even in Tennessee, you kind of have to. You might not be right, but especially Subaru in Tennessee is got to be. Kind of got to be. It's either like granola eating college student that's like a professional student that's been in college for 30 fucking years, or lesbian. One of the two.
Yeah.
Which
usually
can be the
both.
same thing. I'm not saying they can't be.
Both.
I'm not saying it's mutually exclusive. Did you feel personally attacked?
No, I said it was usually both.
Oh, usually both. Okay, good. Yeah, I didn't feel attacked. So the Subaru pulls over and helps the wounded ass dog, which is gonna die. He got hit by a car. There's not a lot of coming back from that.
No.
And so sure enough, I get home about an hour later. I get emails from this next door. All you that drove by that poor wounded animal and just didn't stop. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I drove by.
Yeah.
And they're like, we know whose truck it was. We caught. They broke their front plate. We're gonna, or they, the personalized front plate. We know who you are. We're gonna find you. And I'm like, I don't think you want to find that guy.
No.
What's gonna happen is now he knows who to sue to get his truck fixed.
Yeah.
And you can't say that.
No.
Oh man, it was so bad. And I mean, it sounds heartless, right? Like I'm kind of making fun of this. I mean, I would feel I would be angry if somebody hit my dog on purpose. But if I'm stupid enough to let my dog run free and it gets hit by a car, the only person I can be angry at is me, because the dog is a dog. Dog is not a human. It doesn't have any common damn sense, and it will run right out in front of the fucking car. Guaranteed.
Yep.
So, I just don't. I feel like that as a society, for whatever fucking reason, I can't identify it. I'm not smart enough. So maybe one of you guys can. We have this obsession with denial of death. We don't want to admit that death happens. I'm perfectly okay. Look, we're all going to die. There's nothing you can do to stop that ever that I'm aware of. So, I have religion to some degree. I could do better. I freely admit. I live my life as best I can, and I go to sleep every night with zero regrets. I don't regret anything. I squash that shit before I go to bed every night, and I don't. And that way, I don't have any stress. That's why I'm 53 and I look like, younger than some people. And honestly, I believe that's why, because I just don't have any regrets, and I don't stress myself out all the time. But what's this obsession with denial of death? What is that? Can anybody help me out with it?
I think it stems partly from religion. When you have a belief system structured on the premise that you don't really ever die, why face moral death? I think Christianity even goes further and but it implies that mortal death doesn't even matter, right? Like, this is kind of just a stepping stone holding area until you get to where you really want to be, right? You have this great place over here that's like all happiness and smiles all the time. To me, that sounds like hell, but, so no, when you have ideas like that, why would you want to see death? Why would you want to be reminded of that? And I think even more so because everyone to varying degrees has this nagging doubt in the back of their mind, no matter how devout they are, that maybe what they believe isn't real. And what comes next is just a giant nothingness. They just entirely cease to be. And so the more they can push that off down the road, the more they can convince themselves and comfort themselves in this belief they have about God or heaven or what have you.
Corinth, you got any wisdom there?
I think it's generally just like we're used to being really sad around death, and then just thinking about our own death at that point is just a scary thing to make people you care about sad. But I don't really get it either. So
I think we've gotten too distant from death. We don't kill chickens for food. We don't raise animals and kill them for our food. We do not. Most people never even go to a butcher shop. Their entire. I know. As a matter of fact, I can probably in 5 minutes on the public square, I could probably find 10 people that have never been to a butcher shop.
Oh yeah, easily.
Never seen an animal butchered. Never thought about it. Don't care anything about it. Now here, obviously, in an equal amount of time, I could find 10 dudes that had butchered a deer on their front porch.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah.
You know, here it goes both ways, but you know, but I do believe also that we fear the unknown, and if you're not, you know, if you're not really religious and you don't really believe it, and you don't really have that faith, then you will always have fear because it is the unknown and you cannot reconcile it. There's just no way to reconcile it if you're not. If you're not 100% in, if you're not, you know, you're either in or you're out, right? I mean, it's just like being in the mob.
Yeah.
You're either in or you're out.
Yeah.
You know, or the Hells Angels. Either way.
Yeah.
You're either in or you're out.
You're in or you're out, you know, like.
And if you're out,
yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I suppose to a degree, but even then, I mean, I don't know. That's part of what drove me away from Catholicism in the first place. Is everyone's certainty. It's like, oh well, heaven is this, and faith is this, and God is this. You know, like they all have these neat little categories. And when you say, okay, well, you know, the Bible says 2 of every animal. Evolution is not a thing, so we don't get variations in species naturally. That's God's doing. And if God's not creating more animals, then how big did this ark have to be to fit 2 of literally every species and subspecies and what have you on it, right? And it's like, okay, so then it's still incestuous, even if it's just animals. And so it would stand to, you know, like the minute you question anything, it all falls apart if you really want to know. And it goes back to willful ignorance. It's like they want to believe what they're comfortable believing, what's told to them, what's asserted, but nobody ever really wants to question, right? Nobody wants to dig too deep. Nobody wants to prod it too far.
Sure.
And I think that goes back to the doubt, because people do have that doubt. Well, what if it's not real? And I almost,
I mean, that's where faith comes in, though.
Well, the whole thing is faith, right? You know, like you believe in something that you can't see, that you don't really have any proof of. But I almost wonder if I disagree and think that the more devout they are, the more they fear the unknown. Like the more they fear they don't really know.
Could be.
I almost wonder if that devotion is a mask or like a coping mechanism.
I mean, it could be for some people. I mean, I wouldn't argue that for some people, I mean, look, I can't judge anybody else. I can't evaluate anybody else's method of faith.
Right.
And I wouldn't want to. I mean, I occasionally fall into the trap of kind of saying, well, they are or are not acting, you know, as a Christian. I fall into that trap myself, and you know, it is what it is. I honestly don't know a lot about Catholicism because I'm a Southern Baptist, and so we dumbed it down to where the Tennessee Hilljacks can understand it. So, you're going to hell or you're not. It's kind of that's where that's where it's at. Either you're going to hell or you're not.
Yeah.
And I keep it very simplistic like that. Which is one reason, I don't argue scripture. I don't argue religion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to. I see no point in it. So, there's that. But it is interesting that anytime you bring up death, you automatically bring up religion.
Mm-hmm.
I like this by Sport Brand. Rehearse your death every morning and night, only when you constantly live as though you are already a corpse. You will be able to find freedom in the martial way. I don't pronounce Japanese names correctly. I believe that's Hagakure.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah. Great quote. I like it.
Yeah.
I can see that, actually.
Well, isn't that common among the military? Like, don't worry about dying. You're already dead. Just pick up your rifle. Let's go.
I don't know. I don't know if it's quite that, but certainly there is a coping mechanism where you basically believe that you're going to die at some point, so every moment that you have is a bonus. Like, you should have already died. Okay. So I've come very close to my end a few times. I'm in like situations where I walked away without a scratch, where I should have probably died.
Mm-hmm.
Like most people would have probably done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really weird. And so and that's probably why I have such kind of a skewed and very basic and very like cut and dried viewpoint on all this, is because I know that I should not be here, but I am. So, I'm just going to keep going with it.
Yeah.
So that's, yeah. So it's it's not fatalistic either. It's not like I think about it every minute of the day. I just don't think about it. And that makes it not a problem. Right. Like Corinth, I'm boring Corinth to death with this because he doesn't think about it.
It's an interesting conversation.
Is it interesting conversation? Yeah. That's good, man. It's good. That's kind of the point. To have interesting conversations and not bore each other to death. So Corinth, what do you want your mark in the world to be?
I don't really know. Beyond like a family, nothing in particular.
Okay. So you want to have like a traditional family, or you like polygamist or
traditional? Yeah, probably
traditional. So you just don't sound very liberal to me.
No.
I get that a lot. I've lived my life heavily because I hate the argument from a lot of Protestants of like, you deny God because you just want to sin. So I like being able to run the, what sin do you think I do? And then it boils down to like just a few like traditional ones of like, you don't receive, what is it? The Eucharist. You don't go to church on Sundays, yada, yada, yada. So just having that as like a back pocket argument has always been really funny.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't gauge people by what they say. I gauge them by what they do, right? So if you hadn't introduced yourself as like a feminist liberal type, and if you didn't have that flag behind you, I'd be like, no. Well, and maybe even with the flag behind you, I'd be like, no, this guy's like center right. He's not really a liberal. He's not really on the left end of things. Because the way you talk, the things you say, right, what you claim to believe at least, it like that ideology is not born out there.
Well, I believe in like fully, fairly far left to socialism, things like that. It just, when it boils down to like how I live my life on it, it doesn't boil down to like a lot of that, but just because I think you should have the choice to do either case.
I had to change my hat.
Hey, what does it say? Okay. Yeah,
it's
I don't know.
by the nudes, baby.
I don't know. I mean, even for socialism, like that's still only the economic portion. You're still. You said you're not authoritarian, right? Like people should be able to choose.
Generally speaking, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's center. It's like center. It's barely center left now. You know, like, yeah, I'm just not seeing like the very liberal worldview. I don't know.
I guess what policies? It's gonna boil down to like mostly policies. I guess like
bore me with it. Come on, help me out.
almost basically every pro-trans or LGBT policy you can think of, I'd generally be in support of, with the exception of like a very few subset, which are going to be like, I'm relatively unconvinced around the arguments of like puberty blockers. I don't think the data is there yet to make a definitive statement.
Okay.
And basically outside of that, I hold to every mainstream left progressive position that I can think of. Abortion up to like 20 odd weeks.
Well, so like with the trans stuff and the puberty blockers. Oh, is he still going? Okay.
We're teasing with the TOS with that. You're too close to the edge. So.
Oh, I was going to ask like what he believes parents' rights are in terms of that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, so if the kid says I'm this way, but the parents are like, no, you're not. We're not doing this. Like, does the state then come in or no?
I would say yes, but that's fairly largely because I'm also in favor of that when it comes to like, what's the Christian sect that doesn't believe in modern medicine?
Amish.
It's Mennonite, isn't it?
Mennonite, Amish. There's another couple.
I'm not sure. Amish, in those
Amish
ones,
actually believe in modern medicine. They just don't believe in like electricity and that kind of thing. I mean, I don't know if they believe in surgery. There's a
I think they believe in surgery.
There is some passages about that you shouldn't cut a human, so they don't believe in surgery.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to dive too deep into that kind of stuff.
No.
Nobody's going to change anybody's opinion on it, and all it does is flirt with TOS and I'd rather like kind of I'd like to entertain it. But so what social policy so are you talking about just social policies? What about fiscal? Or are you a socialist in the aspect of like corporate greed is bad and all of that?
Fairly large upper end like taxes, things like that. Redirect them into fairly strong social policies, UBI, that sort of general
UBI.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Got to write you off then. Sorry.
Well,
We've crossed the line. Can't come back from that one.
Well, I don't know. That depends. Like, what's your opinion on, what's your opinion on immigration, like border security?
I'm fairly convinced by like the humor argument of like it should be on the onus of the government to justify why not to let someone in rather than the alternative. And if we can't justify why they shouldn't be let in with like a governmental interest, then they should be let in.
So, all right. Well, so in your worldview, then, who owns a country? Is it the people or is it the government?
Both.
Oh, you can't have both.
A mix. I'm not really sure there's like a separation there. What do you mean by the people?
Well, so you're in America, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the people would be like a grid, you and I, right? My neighbors, his neighbors, your neighbors. that kind of thing,
I'm
as
not
opposed to the government, which would be this nebulous thing over here that is supposed to be us, but isn't really.
I'm not sure I would accept the idea that there's like a strong difference between the two. I do fairly see them as like an extension of the other.
Well, ideally, yeah, the government is supposed to be an extension of the people. But if you have a worldview that recognizes corruption is a thing, and that corruption tends to come with power, especially concentrated power, then I don't see how you could reconcile giving ownership of something so vital to something that is also so inherently likely to be corrupted or corrupt.
I would say just add more like hardline protections around like the powers that they have, but I'm
Okay.
just not really sure what the exact question is. I guess.
Well, it's dealing with like ownership of the land, right? Because you said that the government should be able to determine who comes in or not, based on the premise that if they can't argue as to why a person shouldn't come in, the person should be allowed in.
Yeah.
My position is that fundamentally opposes the citizen perspective of it being their country as opposed to the government's country. Like if anyone can come into America and they don't have to believe in the founding principles, which is what actually makes somebody an American, then what is America if not just more land somewhere, right? Yeah. Inversely, if anyone can go into Mexico, what makes it Mexico?
I'm not sure that we would be able to say like Americans themselves all believe in like the founding principles. It seems like there's a fairly large divide between that. So
right, but that's kind of getting off on a tangent.
Not really, because if we're saying that like it's okay for Americans to do this, but we can't let them in because they don't do this because that would make them not American. That seems like it's entailing like a weird contradiction there.
Well, no. So okay, so I'll explain it a bit, but we're kind of veering off. I think that what makes an American is their adherence to the founding principles. And anyone, whether or not they're born here, who doesn't believe in those founding principles is inherently not American, as opposed to somebody who's Polish or English or Italian, German. What makes them those things is where they're born and the culture they grew up in, right? America is a melting pot to a degree, but it's a melting pot of idea, or it's a melting pot of ethnicity under a unifying idea that people have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? Unencumbered, for the most part, by government. And so if the government owns the country, then the government has to abide by that philosophy. Otherwise, it doesn't represent the country. You see where I'm going with it?
The government does. I'm not sure how this is applying to like the individual at this point, because I arguably am not going to agree with most of the founding principles of like America, depending on what we say are like the integral ones you have to believe in. But I'm not sure that would you say that I should be kicked out of America for that reason?
Yes.
Okay. Then I just don't think that's like a justified reason on it.
Right. Well, sure, but we're off in the weeds now. What I was trying to get at is how you can reconcile your voluntarism when it comes to you and your family, but take an authoritarian stance when it comes to everyone else's family.
What do you mean by taking an authoritarian stance there?
Well, okay. So if you want voluntarism for your family, then you're subscribing to a very specific set of philosophical principles, right? You want agency and authority to decide who your family associates with, where they work, where they live, how they live, things like that. But when it comes to the country level, you want the government to say who can come into the country, even though that philosophy directly opposes your voluntaristic philosophy on the family level. Like if your family doesn't own the country or doesn't own part of the country, then a lot of the things that you want for your family can't happen. Like fundamentally can't happen, because you're giving power not only from you, but from everybody else to the government, so that the government can say what's best.
I'm not seeing where the issue is on the position. I might just not be tracking though.
So what part of it don't you see?
I don't see where like the issue is coming, where the issue of like voluntarism for my family comes into application here, if there even is voluntarism for my family.
Well, I presume that there's taxes in your worldview, right?
Yeah.
And they're high?
Relatively, depending on what you mean by high, but it would probably
compared to what we have now, they'd be higher,
they'll
right?
be higher, yeah.
Okay. Do the people that the government lets in partake in consuming the distribution of those taxes?
Given that they were here for a tax cycle, sure.
Do they have to contribute to the system, or do they just have to be here for that cycle?
They had to have been here for a prior tax cycle.
Well, sure, but do they have to contribute during that duration?
What do you mean by contribute?
Well, so you and your family would be paying into the tax system, right?
Yeah.
But just because these people are here doesn't mean they are.
They would also have to be paying to the tax system while they're here.
Okay, so if they're not paying into the system, they can't collect.
Yeah, that's why you have to be in the country and surviving. You would have to be paying into a tax system.
All right. How would you enforce that?
I'm not sure there's like an enforcement mechanism. How could you live in America without paying any taxes?
Well, people do now.
Oh yeah, tons do right now.
Like I don't know if you've ever worked a trade job, but a lot of trade jobs, and tradesmen, don't get mad at me, it's not a secret, everybody knows. Tradesmen get paid a lot of the time in cash under the table.
And then they're paying other forms of taxes later on. They're just not paying income tax. Or like accurate income tax or whatever.
Well, there's no
flat tax.
Well, we need a lot of things, but
yeah.
I mean, they're not paying payroll. They're not paying corporate. They're not paying business. They're not paying state and federal income. They're not paying capital gains. The only things they're really paying are sales tax.
Yeah. I would be for like a stronger regulation around those taxes as well. In this like ideal world, this is like
regulation's not always the answer. I mean, I'm
no.
sorry. You guys are having a great discussion. I'm just gonna throw in a little sidebar. Regulation's not always the answer. Also, second, in my opinion, service or investment needs to buy citizens. You have to, at this point, citizenship needs to be earned, not given. And the last thing I'm going to say is about the tax thing, and I actually ranted on this a little bit last night because, we pay a lot in taxes. My wife and I do. And
yeah.
To the point, like it's more than a lot of people's salaries. And why? I don't consume more than anyone else.
Yep.
The fact that we have excelled is, and the result of that of excelling is that we get to pay bunch of extra taxes is, I don't like to say ludicrous, but it's kind of ludicrous.
It's thoroughly ludicrous, yeah.
You know, and that's why. So the only thing that, and I've never liked the idea of the income. I mean, I just, the entire idea of an income tax is ridiculous. There needs to be a flat tax. We need to do away with property tax.
Yeah.
We need to do away with a lot of our tax burden. The IRS needs to go away. The Commerce Department, which is who should be collecting taxes, need to actually do their job and collect taxes. And we can simplify this down to the point where we don't need any more actual regulation. We just need to kind of follow the ones we have, and not overburden the system by just letting anybody that wants to walk across the border in. And this is, I don't know that we disagree on this. It sounds kind of like we do agree on it to some point. What I heard you say was, I just want to clarify, what I heard you say is that a government should be looking for a reason to deny entry versus a reason why we should allow entry. And you understand that no other country on the planet works that way.
Yes,
no.
I do. This is like this is ideal theory, is why.
Yeah,
it's
it's
like
an ideal. Okay, so it's an ideal theory, but it's not practical, and it would never work, and that's why we shouldn't do it.
It would be practical as well. It's just the case of you might need more implement.
If you say more regulation, then it's not practical.
Other changes to other systems tangential to it to make it work.
Would those changes be regulation?
Some would, some wouldn't.
Okay.
Some be like less regulation.
If you have
some
to
be more
add more regulation, then it's not a practical system, right? I mean, that we can just kind of like.
Well,
I hate to use the funnel analogy, right? I hate to use it because it's so weird, but it's when you funnel it down. What you're saying is that you would have to use more regulation, but you don't want to use more regulation, right?
I don't think regulation is like normative at all. I don't think it's like good or bad to have more regulation or less regulation in itself.
Well, it's onerous, right? It's onerous, and it punishes people who just don't know. Having dealt with regulation my entire life, I hate it. It's literally the worst thing possible. The first thing we do is kill all the lawyers. And then
let's go. Yep.
And then society.
I'm ready. So I can rebut both of those points. So first of all, not yours, Grid, his. We already have far more regulation than is practical. The average person on the average day commits 3 felonies. That should tell you something about regulation. And then as far as just letting people go wherever they want, do you know the base reason wars start? It's not rhetorical, I'm actually asking.
Conquest, wanting more land?
No. It's difference of ideology. And that's why Germany is full of Germans, France is, used to be full of French. Poland is full of Polish, Russia is full of Russians, Japan's full of Japanese. When you put people that aren't similar in the same space, you get the Balkans, right?
That doesn't seem like you put people with different ideas in the same space, because that just still happens without immigration as well. Like we've had a large amount of ideological disagreement between us, and it seems like throughout the 2 hours we've been talking, it's been fairly a good conversation.
It's been a great conversation.
It doesn't seem
right, but
fighting is entailed by like ideological disagreements.
Sure, but we have space between us, right? You live someplace far away from me. We're online. If I get sick of you, I hit a button and you're gone, right? If you live next door to me,
killed you without killing you.
Yeah. If you live next door to me and you start doing shit I don't like and fucking up my life, then we're going to have problems, because it's a very different button that I have to push to get rid of you, right? And that's what I'm getting at. It should be clear by now to anyone who's honestly watching that the more that any given place diversifies, the more chaotic and the more turmoil you get. Like nobody's saying that America is more harmonious now than it was 30 years ago. And if they are, they're full of shit. Like nobody's saying that Paris is more tranquil now than it was 30 years ago. Nobody's saying that London is a better place now than it was 30 years ago.
It's a lot better than it was like 200 years ago, though.
Well, yeah, indoor plumbing is really fucking amazing, and thank God for the white guy that invented it, right? But
Just
I mean,
in terms of like turmoil itself.
London?
Yeah.
200 years ago? Yeah.
The murder rate's gone down like a factor of 10 every 100 years or so, or it's been like 200 or 300 years for like 2 millennia.
I would wonder if that's still in the downtrend or if it's ticking up.
Well, in London, I guarantee it's ticking up. That's a dangerous city, man.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of places that are not as good as they were 30 years ago, that aren't as good as they were even 20 years ago. Like we're doing some really interesting stuff with demographics, and to say that people can just waltz wherever they want. They go to the places they go to because the places they're going to are really nice. And they're really nice. They're really nice because we kept the people that couldn't make them nice out. It's not nice to say. Yeah, it doesn't make people feel good. But I don't want to build some golden palace and see a drug addict shit on the steps.
That's why you don't live in San Francisco.
Well, pretty soon every place is going to be San Francisco grid.
Not around here, boy.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not convinced of that, but I hope. I hope, but I'm not convinced of that. But yeah, right. I mean, if the people could make their place, if they could contribute and produce the things that they wanted, they wouldn't have to leave. So to just let them come in, it's not helping anybody. It's not helping them be better. It's not making our place, better.
Just as a legit question, because I just think this is really an interesting thing to me. When I hear conservatives, and I mean conservatives all the way from the seriously far right, let's get it back to 1776 with the smallest possible government. We privatized the military, and you can walk in and buy a nuke off the shelf at Home Depot.
Let's go.
From those guys all the way out to the mid traditional guys are like, get off my lawn. Other than that, I don't care. When I listen to those guys, without fail, they pay attention to the actual issues of the fentanyl epidemic that we have going on, the massive amount of drug use that we consistently say that we've wiped out, but they keep, but it keeps being an issue, right? So we just changed the drug.
Yeah.
The housing issues that we have because of regulations. There's actually a guy here in Nashville. It's a really cool story. A little sidebar. A guy here in Nashville built a house. This guy's out of work. He's poor as fuck. I don't know what he does. I think he panhandles, to be honest with you. But he has this little piece of property, and he built a house out of literally shit that he drug home from from job sites that he worked at. Literally, he built his house out of junk.
Yeah.
The city is about to tear it down because he didn't have permits. There was no inspections. It's not up to code. It's one dude that fucking lives there. It might as well be a tent in the forest, but because he used wood and nails, he's gonna have his fucking house wrecked.
Yep.
It's sad, right? These are actual problems. That's regulation in effect right there. But more regulation. It's what happens. So we've got all of these problems. We got murder on an uptick in every major city. Every major city has massive problems. And they also have massive taxes. You can't afford property there. They have all of these problems, and yet the answer is always from the left. Let's tax more, which I actually haven't heard from Corinth. I'm going to give you the thumbs up on that. You haven't said. You said use the taxes better.
I'm for more tax more. I'm for tax more.
Yeah.
Yeah, his worldview has higher taxes.
Yep. Okay. But okay. All right. Well, then that's kind of an L. But we need much less government. I hear all of the conservative people concerned with the actual issues that cause the problems.
Yep.
Not trying to hurt people. We're not trying to keep good people out of the country. We're all for legal immigration. We're all for whatever. But what we get hit back with is somebody should just be able to walk across the border and it's okay. We don't give a shit, as long as they, as long as they're able to, not even if they're not able to walk across the border. We don't care if they can get a job here. We don't care if anything happens, and we can look at what's going on in New York and Chicago, where they bust these immigrants into there. And what's interesting is that the vets that normally soak up that money, and they need it, right? Like, and I don't have a problem with the vet, with somebody that has served the country having first cut of the pie. Okay, so and this is actually a really good point. I'm just sidebarring like all hell tonight. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, guys. Fuck you, guys. I'm sorry. If you go to work for the government and you have a shitty job where you don't get paid shit for 4 years, and you have stand a very large chance of being sent to a hellhole for a year, to have your balls busted by people you don't like. And even this much of a chance of getting shot in an active war zone, when you come back, especially if you're injured because you got shot up, or somebody blew up your Humvee, or you lost your nuts in a tragic Thai whorehouse accident, you get the big piece of chicken. Okay, you're fucking daddy. You get the big piece of chicken, right? Like, you get your bills paid. We give you a place to live, and we take care of you. Now, I'm not saying we give you a fucking mansion, but you get the big piece of chicken. We don't give the big piece of chicken to some jackass that just walked across the fucking border.
Yeah.
Who has no right to be here, has no investment in this country, has done nothing but walk across the border to suck resources out of the country and adds no value. That's my problem. Now, if you told me as a socialist, liberal, whatever, if you told me that, hey, yeah, okay, we're going to let them come across the border, but we're going to send them to school, and they're going to build roads, and they're going to take care of infrastructure, and they're going to do this, and they're going to do that, then you know what? And we're basically going to reignite the CVCC. And so do you guys know what that is? Did I just speak fucking Greek?
No, my grandfather used to speak about that. I know what it is.
This is the Civilian Volunteer Conservation Corps.
Yeah.
And it was where young men would go to these camps and live in these camps and build roads and bridges and post offices and all of this stuff in it. And they got their meals paid for if they ran, and they were like really super strict ass rules. Like, you couldn't date any women. If they caught you with your pants down, boning some chick behind a bush, you're out.
Yeah.
Right. And it fucking worked. There are buildings in my state, in my area right here, that were built by the CVCC. So it's one of the few socialist programs, which I don't know that it was really socialist, but it's one of the few socialist programs that actually fucking worked as intended.
It's socialist I was going to say it's socialist in the German sense.
Well, it was run by it was a success because it was run by a ball breaking army guy.
Yeah,
who just didn't give a fuck. He'd given them already. But I mean,
yeah.
But I mean, would anybody? I'm obviously Spectre. You wouldn't disagree. Would you disagree with that, Corinth? That the guys that serve our country, that have served in some aspect in either the military, Coast Guard, even though they're lazy bitches, but still,
Fucking puddle
they
pirates.
got to go out in the rain. Hey, they have to go out in the rain.
Yeah.
And serve in the military, serve specific jobs in the police departments and that sort of thing. You get the big piece of chicken, right? You get to be taken care of before your service. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. But why are we giving it to people who haven't earned jack shit?
Bad policymakers in right now.
Sure. Yeah.
But you're okay. Go ahead.
Did you vote for any of those policymakers?
I don't think any of them voted for that. Voted against like increased vet funding.
Well, not necessarily voting against it, but did they vote to allow illegal aliens, illegal immigrants, wetbacks, fucktards? They vote for those guys to be allowed across the border, open border policy, and did not vote to increase veterans' benefits at the same time.
I think they all voted for increasing veterans benefits, but I'm not sure if there was like a recent piece of legislation that did otherwise.
Because there hasn't been. Veterans benefits haven't been actually increased in a very long time.
I think I remember there was one like a few years ago. It might have been like 2016 or something. I'm not sure. It was around an election cycle that I remember like the right-wing politicians voted against, and that actually had me like fuming.
Well, here's a fun little fact. Wait times at the VA are pushed back for veterans, and the resources are going to the migrants that are coming over.
That's true.
Yeah. And my buddy, he had an appointment for the end of last month, and he called me. He was pissed off because they bumped him to November. And the reason they gave him was that it wasn't life-threatening. This is a guy with like severe TBI, PTSD. Like how this guy functions, I don't know. This guy's a trooper, but like, it's just the things I would do if I were him. Oh boy. Old guy
right,
prattle.
Well, it's been a good talk, guys. We're kind of running a little short tonight. Normally, I've run in like the 6-hour range, but I'm feeling pretty good about this. Anybody else got anything you really want to like cover and talk? Want to get off your chest or beat me up about? You can beat me up. It's okay. It's fine.
I try not to hit older men.
You don't have your purse, so you can't hit me anyway.
I've got it around here somewhere. Don't you worry.
Your merce. I'm sorry.
No, it's a purse. It's got the sequins and everything. Like
it's not a purse. It's a satchel.
No, it's a purse.
A satchel.
It's not a satchel. It's a purse. I keep my rape whistle in it. My grape whistle. I'm sorry. I keep my grape whistle in it.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
That and your old lady stockings, and that's probably all that's in there.
Some old mascara, a thing of lipstick I never use.
Yeah. All right. Wow. Okay. That was tears in my eyes. That was funny as fuck. That was good. That was great.
Yeah. See, our throaty is right. Yeah.
Yeah. She's sharp. She comes on here occasionally. We'll have her back on maybe next week or the week after. She does well. Yeah. And we already know, Spectre, it's not pink, it's salmon.
I've got a pink shirt or two.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a pink
If a
tie
man
too,
can't
but
wear-
I've never.
I think it's actually one of the hallmarks of being an actual grown-ass man if you can wear pink and pull it off.
Yeah.
If you can't wear pink and it still be masculine, you're probably doing something wrong.
Oh, you're doing a lot of things wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
That list goes on and on and on. Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories like this. I mean, I know people in Texas, and I've actually, I've heard the stories. I know, it's terrible.
Like the right gets blamed for being hateful a lot. And it's like, look, man, hate is learned. In your country, you should come first, and when you come last for so long, what other emotion do you really expect from people? So,
Yeah. That this is actually really an interesting observation, and Spectre, was it you and I that were talking about that all bills, all legislation needs to be written on one sheet of paper?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, if it
Yeah.
can't be written on one sheet of paper, you can't even submit it.
It's crap, yeah.
Yeah, just don't even
3,000 page bills. Like, get out of here. Nope.
Yeah, can't do that.
Nope.
Yeah. All right, so Corinth, it's been interesting because normally I mean I don't think I've ever even really talked to you in any of the chats or anything, and I just don't. And I'm pretty focused on the shit that I'm doing, so it's been interesting, man, having you on. Spectre's actually been on the show. We could talk. If we get started talking World War II and all of that, it'd be great.
If I get fired up, we'll go all night. Your viewers will hate me. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's interesting stuff, though. The World War II is an interesting subject. The way the country changed after World War II is fascinating to me. Anyway,
it was the entire world.
Yeah.
Like I think I said the last time I was on, it was, well, not even the technology, it was the ideologies, like the philosophy. There were two major competing perspectives, and that's what determined everything else. Like all that followed as a result of that outcome. So
yeah. Well, the idea of what was possible changed
to a degree, yeah. I would say that World War I changed it more than World War II did. Like the falling away of horse-borne cavalry, the birth of tanks, mechanized warfare.
Mm-hmm.
Like the first real widespread use of chemical, and I don't think they used biological, but chemical warfare.
Kind of, but we can thank the Chinese for the first biological warfare with the rotting corpses. Or was it the Chinese or the Mongols? One of them used the rotting corpses and to spread disease. They put it in the water supply and all that.
It may have been the Mongols.
I think it was the Mongols.
Yeah,
they were. Both of them were vicious. They weren't the Chinese at that point either. They were, they were like 11. Was it 11 districts or countries that became China? I don't remember.
Something like that. I think it was tribal. They had different tribes that came together. Yeah.
Yeah. They all came together to try and kick Japan's ass. They built fleet after fleet to sail across and kick Japan's ass. They never did. Never were able to do that.
Even the ironclad fleet, like when they had a modern armada, I think it was the first Sino-Japanese War, just got decimated, and like after that, China was finished. That was it for China.
We're gonna watch Corinth's eyes glaze over here really shortly. So if you think back to the second fleet, that was where they actually had most of the boats built in what is now Korea, and they were using mostly Korean sailors as captains, but they were all Chinese peasants, which most of them had never even been on the boat, and there was only like one in like out of hundreds of ships, like 1 in 10 made it. Like of like 1,000 ships that sailed, like 100 showed up, and they were beat to hell by storms, and they barely made it. And like the Japanese just laughed at them. It was just hilarious.
Yeah.
So,
Well, yeah, I mean, Japan's not even that far away, right? Like, you can't even make that distance. Like, why are you even bothering? Just go home. You've lost.
yeah. No, it was crazy stuff, man. That the evolution of warfare is exceedingly interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that. I like the odd aspects of World War II. All of that, the African War. Trying to where that the last of the horse-born or camel-born cavalry, because
okay.
the German tanks were water cooled and they would overheat. The American tanks were air cooled and they wouldn't.
Yeah.
So the Germans started using the they couldn't use tanks, so they used like the howitzer, and there was the field cannon.
Okay.
Like 18 whatever with camels. It's literally like they went back like 2 wars.
Yeah.
And we're just gonna make this work. And of course they lost. Rommel did his best. I mean, he tried. He tried hard.
Yeah. There was a lot of political strife between Rommel and Hitler and like the other generals. And Rommel knew that the African campaign was going to be a losing proposition anyway because of the supply chain issues. I don't mind Italians, but Jesus Christ, Germany should have known after the First World War not to fucking trust the Italians to pull their weight. They attacked, what was it? They attacked Greece and delayed Barbarossa. They couldn't supply the Africa Corps. It's just.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was just a complete shit show. And again, like I said, they had all of these tanks that where they landed in what, Tunisia or
I think it was Egypt.
Did they make it to Egypt? I thought they landed in Tunisia, or maybe they started in Egypt and made it to Tunisia. Anyway,
the British were pushing back from the west.
Yeah, I think you're right. But the tanks wouldn't make it. They could only drive like 5 or 10 miles a day because they were slow anyway, right? Like these are fucking World War II tanks. They're not fast.
Mm-hmm.
And they were water cooled, and they just wouldn't fucking stay cool.
Nope.
What a dumbass thing to do. That was the only advantage we had, was that the Sherman tank had an air cooled 6-cylinder motor, and it would just keep going, and the German tanks would not. Of course, the Germans had the Volkswagen powered I don't know, they were built by VW, but they were based on VW technology with the mounted they had mounted the cannon. It's kind of like a flatbed.
You're talking about like the Opel.
I mean, it wasn't
Blitz
a real
trucks.
cannon. It was like a 30 millimeter gun,
20 and 30 millimeter Orlikans.
Yeah. And so they could, but those wouldn't kill tanks. The problem was that the only vehicles they had couldn't kill tanks, but the tanks could kill them.
Yeah.
So they could harass with using their little cars, but the rest wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
See now, sorry, Corinth. Like I said, I can dive down. I love war, man. War is great. Life is war. We should always study war.
Yep.
And Hitler did lose the war. I mean, Hitler lost it way earlier than people think. I mean, he really lost it going into the winter, when he, instead of just pulling everything back, regrouping, gaining strength back, convincing the entire rest of the world that he wasn't a complete dick. He could have done that. He could have done, at that point, all he had really done was invade a few countries that nobody really cared about, like France, and nobody cared.
No.
All he had done, and so it's like, okay, well, that's your business. If you want to invade France, it's great. if he just pulled back, kept Spain and Austria and northern Spain. I think he had northern Spain by then. But if he could have just pulled back out
Franco
of Russia,
won, right? Like
Sorry?
Franco, Spain was fascist already, but it
Yeah.
wasn't like it was aligned with Germany, but it wasn't German occupied.
Yeah, maybe. I don't because there were no battles in Spain, but he definitely
No.
took over. He definitely took over.
Well, they were aligned. They were aligned before World War II even kicked off. I forget the name of the war, like the Franco-Spanish War or something like that.
Franco-American War.
No.
Are you talking about
there was a civil war in Spain. No. There was a civil war in Spain between the fascists and the. I don't know if they were communists. They might have been socialists or Republicans. But there was some kind of.
I thought you were talking about the Basque when the Basque people and the mountain people in Spain, between Spain and Portugal.
Okay, no.
Had that little skirmish. It wasn't really a war; it was a skirmish. But Franco-Prussian War? No, I don't think it was that.
No,
Franco-Spanish. Chip and Flint says Franco-Spanish. That's what it was.
Yeah. Germany backed the fascist regime and supplied them with military hardware. That was actually the first service example of a Bf-109E3, if I'm not mistaken. So,
okay, I believe you. I don't remember. I just feel like that if Hitler had pulled back in the winter instead of going into Russia, if he pulled completely out of Russia and just sat back and gained and took all you need to do is take a couple of meetings, smooth over some feathers, send some diplomats out. America would not have entered. The thing that really sucked for Hitler was America entering the war.
Yeah.
Once that happened, it was the writing was on the wall. Like we were already secretly beating his ass. But once we didn't have to secretly beat his ass, all bets were off, and he was done.
Yeah.
So just a matter of time. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the Basque people. I don't know if you've ever read about them. They're pretty interesting people.
I haven't, no.
Spanish, that's right. Yeah, they have a very they're very interesting people. They have very interesting culture. It's worth reading about. You should read about it.
Okay.
They're very hardworking and very smart people.
All right.
Yeah.
I like smart people. Smart people are good.
Yeah, they're very intelligent people. Yeah. Well, Adam 87. So the problem with Japan was that they were stupid. They were very. It's not only just that Japan was stupid. They just were not worldly. They hadn't been in the world community, so they acted very stupidly. Very they could have they didn't even need to go to war. So they could have sat out.
Yeah, I mean, the tension between the Japanese and the Chinese runs really deep, and it goes back a while.
But they'd already occupied China.
Yeah.
And Japan could if Japan had been more internationally adept and had kept taking their pride out of it and let their ambassadors and generals do the talking. They never would have been in. They wouldn't have been in the war. They probably would own half of China right now.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be a big deal. I mean, it would have gone very differently for them. But they just a lot of pride, man, a lot of pride. Which is, I think, a lot of why wars start. So, a lot of pride.
Some of it, yeah. I don't know. Like in general, war starts when all other measures have been exhausted. You know, like people, so many people either forget or just don't know. You know, like force is the foundation upon which everything else is based. You know, it's the bedrock. When everything else breaks down, that's the last resort. You know, so
Yeah. Well, we learn a lot about war. I mean, we learn a lot from war, regardless, because life
yeah,
is war. Every day that you,
yeah.
every breath you take, not guaranteed. It's the people that think that they're going to be able to just kind of breeze through and take it easy, and especially like now I'm going to tie it back into modern times. All these OF girls,
Oh
all of the
God,
girls who are marrying people and then divorcing them because they're bored. All
yeah.
of the men that are out there. With all kinds of get rich quick schemes that basically involve them lying to themselves and convincing them themselves that because they can borrow a lot of money, that they're worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
So if they'd actually studied and understood anything, especially anything related to war, they would already understand how they should proceed in life.
Yeah.
I think a lot of my perspective is really warped by the fact I went to military school, and my brain's warped in a very special way, and a lot of it is just related directly to you can always find a strategy if you study war long enough. Everything in life can be dealt with in a strategy that's revealed in war.
Yeah.
Literally everything.
Yeah.
Let's see. A series called The Drifters. I've never heard of it, and I'm shocked that you assumed that I'm an adult. I identify as a 19-year-old. I can't believe that you assumed my mentality. I have not. Perhaps Spectre has.
Dan Carlin's. I haven't. No. I have listened to. Oh, now I'm blanking on his name. Of course, I would.
I've been blank. I've actually.
I have listened to Machiavelli's The Prince, and I recommend that everyone listen to it at least once. It clears up so much of what's going on. Yeah.
I read it. It's really good. Have you read that?
Yeah, it is.
Have you read that, Corinth?
No, but I've read Drifters. Drifters is good.
Have you read The Prince by Machiavelli?
No, I meant to a while ago. But
you should.
It's a short read. Definitely read it. Yeah.
Literally, it's crazy how. I mean, even like to think that it was written. It was like 16th century, wasn't it?
I thought it was late 15th.
15th, 16th century.
It's somewhere around there. Yeah. Yeah, it was a long fucking time ago. Yeah.
It was a while. It wasn't last week, but it was a while back.
No.
And
early 16th.
Yeah. I thought it was 16th. And it's just so incredibly applicable even to today. The Art of War is another good one. If you haven't read The Art of War, you got to read The Art of War. You have. My kids read The Art of War.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've tried to, and I think I got through the first 2 chapters. I was like, oh my God, it's so slow. At least Machiavelli knew how to write to captivate you, right? Like you were held in. But Sun Tzu is like, It's like
Sun Tzu's like, you're here to learn a lesson, bitch. You know why this feels like school? Because it's school.
Maybe, yeah. I generally found school interesting, but The Art of War, I was just like,
Art of War is an interesting.
Because there aren't any pictures.
Oh, is that it? Yeah. Okay. Damn.
They haven't made a movie yet, so you can't watch it first and then read it later.
They quote it in movies all the time, though, or at least they used to.
Well, there's 3 quotes they use. Sit by the river long enough, and the bodies of your enemies will float by you.
Yeah.
You know,
Fight your enemies where they're not.
no, fight them where they think you're. Fight your enemies where they think you are weak. I can't remember it now. It's something about where they're weak and you're strong.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
And but yeah, it's I mean it's a lot of good stuff. I have trouble remembering the quotes because they just kind of like blend.
Yeah.
But the book itself is really good.
Okay.
Yeah, get the cliff notes on the art of war. That's funny. And the prince could be. I think it was a poem or a collection of poems. I think that's a good call on that one. I think that's. I don't know that it was a sonnet, but it's probably pretty close.
I don't think so. There's no, I don't think there's very much poetry in it at all, if any. It's very much like it's a prescriptive guide to wielding power. It's like the Power Handbook 101, Idiot's Edition. You know, like if you can't rule after reading The Prince, just give up. You know, you're not going to make it.
Yeah. Strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat. That's Sun Tzu quote. That's accurate. I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, I like some of the maddest quotes. I didn't come. I come in peace. I didn't bring artillery. You, tears in my eyes. If you fuck with me, they will write stories of this for the next 10,000 years. That's pretty fucking solid right there.
That's good. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. The other one, what's the other one he does is that everyone knows. Smile, speak softly, but have a plan to kill everyone in the room.
It's a rule I live
everyone
by.
You meet. I have a plan to kill everyone you meet.
Okay. It's just as good. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it's good stuff, man.
Yep.
Corinth,
you got anything to add? We've been kind of riffing for a little while. I don't want you to feel left out, man.
No, it's been an interesting listen to. I enjoy the topic. I just don't know enough about it to really contribute.
Oh, okay. Yeah. War is I find it interesting that in modern education we've vilified the war as and we've boiled it down to acts against humanity instead of what it actually is, which is the brave fighting the brave and dying in the name of what they believe in.
Yeah.
And or even if they don't necessarily believe it, that they're people die for the honor or because that's what they feel like they have to do. And there's a lot of I get a lot of pushback on that comment from time to time because there are people out there who will say that the lowest of the low, the poor, the weak-minded, so on and so forth, they're the ones that go out and fight the wars for the upper crust,
right?
And so they go off and die and whatever, but those men could leave at any time. I mean, men desert all the time. Entire armies have deserted. So you can't that doesn't hold. That doesn't stand up to the acid test. Like if we're going to talk about it in such a way that are men honorable, I think so, because I think that even a guy who doesn't really want to go fight for his country will go fight for his country.
I think that historically the claim doesn't hold up but I think in modernity it does. Because, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it shows. I think it shows in like recruiting policy, right? The military can't really recruit the people it wants anymore, and so it is going into the inner cities. It's getting the poor, the criminals. I mean, there's a running joke, or at least there was in the Marines, that you can't go into the Corps and throw a stone without hitting a felon. It's
Really?
like it's like that's good. That's
Actually,
great.
you know what? I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. And I
do?
say that because if you ever want someone to learn what honor is
Yeah.
and duty and perseverance, put them in the fucking Marine Corps. If they survive, they're going to be the best humans you've ever met in your life.
Mm.
Every Marine I've ever met has been solid, rock solid. I'm sure there's the odd one out there that somehow skated through, but although I've heard now that they can't even curse at you.
No, dude. Oh, basic is a joke.
Yeah, I've heard that even the Marines have softened up, which is
Oh yeah. No place can resist the march of progress for very long.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah. I got some really good comments on the Marines here in just a minute. The one, ZT Den, whatever. You're checking out. Okay, got it. Cool, awesome. Let's see the crayon eating felons. So there's an interesting thing. Have you ever? I'm sure I'm the only one that's done this. But have you ever read the Marine Combat manual?
I don't think so.
Literally in the manual, it says before entering a building, they recommend liberal use of grenades before entering a building.
Based, yeah.
like they're literally like in the Corps combat handbook. It's
liberal
like
use sounds amazing.
liberal use, like
the liberal use of grenades, yeah.
Yeah, well, use
I
a
heard liberal and I
grenade,
support
I
it.
don't know.
Didn't Grantham do a video on that? He's like, if you have to do urban warfare, don't. And if you still have to, don't. But if you really, really have to,
use
you better hope you're lucky. Yeah.
Use mini grenades.
Yeah. He's like, room clearing is the worst thing you could ever do. Don't do it. It's like, okay. Yes, sir.
I love it, man. I thought that was like the best thing I'd ever heard in my life. When I read that, I had to read it like 3 times because I was like, really?
Yeah.
Because like grenades are supposed to be like a last resort, right? Like,
nope.
Like you're trapped and there's a bunch of people over there and there's more of them than there are of you, and you just throw a grenade at them. But it's like rule number 1, don't enter the building. Rule number 2, if you have to enter the building, throw grenades.
Yeah. Yep.
And not just one grenade.
No.
A lot of grenades.
Yeah. The more the better, man. Like if that house is still standing by the time you go into it, you did something wrong.
Yeah.
Yep. Or the building, what have you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why Baghdad looks like Baghdad. Because they let the Marines go in there.
Let's be honest, Baghdad didn't look great in the first place.
Oh, Baghdad used to be a badass city. I mean, have you ever seen the pictures of Baghdad from like way back in like the 60s and 50s? Fucking awesome. It's like a cultural center of the world.
I don't think I've seen those. I've seen the old pictures of Iran back when it was called Persia, but yeah, and not. I don't think of. Maybe one or two. Maybe one or two.
Yeah. Yeah, if you look, I think it was Baghdad or it might have What's the other one? Baghdad and what's the other one? What's the other Asian Arabian city? Beirut. They were
Okay.
centers of fashion until the they don't call them fanatics. What would
Fundamentalists.
fundamentalists? Thank you. That's what I was
Yeah.
looking for. It was they didn't like their women walking around without the whatever the Habib and the or Hajib and
the hijab and all that. Yeah.
hijab. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, considering how things are going in the West, I can't say that I blame them. You know, like, I don't condone clitorectomies. Okay, but wanting your women to be modest, I can get behind that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, this is just a personal thing, so I'm not going to be like, I don't believe that everybody should have this viewpoint, but like, and it's probably just me, but I don't like to see girls walking around in bikinis on the street.
No,
like that seems dumb, right?
Yeah,
It doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
In the mall, have you been to a mall? And obviously, this is like not here in Tennessee where I'm at. Like when I was in California, when I visited Florida a few times, like girls walking around in bikinis in the freaking mall. I'm like, what the hell?
I haven't seen that up here yet, but I wouldn't be surprised pretty soon.
I mean, it's just like we took all standard of decency and we said, you know what? That's boring. We don't need that. We just whatever. Just let go of it. It's fine. It's cool. And it's pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I don't appreciate, being at the beach and seeing in an appropriate venue. But even then, I'm like, remember he used to wear robes to the beach? No, we lost Corinth. He had to peace out, which was cool.
Yeah, thanks for joining, man. It was good, even though we disagreed.
Yeah, no, he's a good dude. And he was actually really kind of respectful.
Yeah.
So
I'm here. He had to be.
Oh, come on now. You're all bark and some bite, maybe? I don't know.
I've got a pretty good bite. You don't want to find out, but I've got a pretty good bite.
Old guy prattle. That's me, man. I'm old guy prattle, baby. That's me. You got me.
This guy new around here?
Yeah, it's your first day. You're just now figuring that out.
Yeah,
am I the only one that feels it? I think maybe it was, talking about, beach robes.
Yeah. Well, even like the swimsuits for women.
It was actually really good to have you on, man. We'll have you on again. Actually had a great time. So we got. We're not going to go too much longer, but it was really great to have you on. So have a good evening, man. Get some sleep. You're up there in the bitter cold, 55 degrees. Just tortured soul. I think it's 70 degrees here. Let me see what the temperature is outside. I think it's I think I had to turn the air conditioning down. So
I almost turned mine on today.
Ooh, it's very cold. It's 66 degrees. Wow.
Oh,
66 degrees. I might have to get a jacket.
Oh my god. And you're the patriarch? Unbelievable. I can't believe this.
I know. Terrible.
We're all doomed. It's so over.
Might have to get a jacket. Thousands of Chinese infiltrated across our borders and other groups of the enemy when they I don't think the Chinese will attack, but they're probably stealing a bunch of technology. I do, however, 100% would be very concerned with the number of Middle Eastern-ish fighting age males that have wandered unchecked across our border. It's not optimal. Suboptimal is what we call that. Suboptimal.
There is an interesting thing I saw yesterday. I'll send you the video, but it was basically talking about how you have like these I forget the like mestizos, I don't know. They're like Mexican, right? Mexican indigenous.
Mephisto?
And maybe I don't know. It's something like that.
Okay.
But you have these groups that are pro this demographic, and they're talking about how they're basically recolonizing the American Southwest to erase the Guadalupe Treaty and take back all this barren, worthless land that they gave away because it was barren and worthless. Now that it's not, now that the people have built shit there, now they want it.
They're doing the Palestinian thing, right?
Oh man, I don't know.
Palestinian thing. Yeah,
I'm kind of on the other side of that, but if I had to pick a side, it wouldn't be Israel. But then again, if they both wiped each other out, I'd be okay with that too. So
if I have to pick a side, it's well, and I don't have to pick a side. But if I did have to pick a side, it would be Israel, just because those poor bastards have been just fucked with for like 40 years, 50 years, and they've taken it. They shouldn't have. We could have avoided all of this a long time ago.
Oh, I agree with you there. Like we should have never helped them out, but I don't know. Like, what do you expect from their opposition when Western powers have their hand on the scale, right? Like take the gloves off, let them have their fair war. Let it be what it is. But we keep sticking our dick in the Middle East. Like it's sand, people. It's rough and it's coarse and it gets everywhere. Just leave it alone. Don't go over there anymore.
Yeah. I don't think he wants either one to win.
No, I want both of them to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah. At grid center, I'm very far right. Very far.
Yeah, I am more. I feel like I'm center, but I feel like that I'm considered more and more far right. And
well, it doesn't mean anything anymore. Like everything has shifted so far to the left that anything to the right of communists.
Well, if it shifts much further left, you're going to be left because it'll have come full circle.
Well, then I'm just going to. Well, I can't say what I'll do, but I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So has anybody else? So this has always fascinated me because again, as I repeat quite often, accuracy matters. Why is it that liberals accuse conservatives of being fascist when far right wingers are anarchists because they do not believe in the government having any control? Whereas the far left people believe in the government having all control, which would be fascism. So how is it that the leftists call far right people fascist, and a lot of far right people, not knowing any better, call far left people anarchist? What the fuck, people? Do you not understand English?
There's I don't know if you've seen the political scales or like the table chart or whatever.
Yeah.
But essentially it runs right, left, and then vertical, right, north, south. And the right, left is your economic and social policies. And the vertical is how authoritarian or libertarian you are.
Right. I've seen that.
Okay. Yeah. So then there are people on the right who would be fascist because that's how the government interacts with like private companies, right? and then you have people that are on the left that are anarcho-communists, right? They believe that you can have a communistic community, which is kind of redundant, but they believe that you can have this.
Fascism has its roots in communism.
If fascism has its roots, well, in so much as that it came out as the direct opposition to communism.
So fascism is extreme socialism, because it's not just and communism is a version of socialism. So it's all socialism. It's just degrees of socialism, which is on the left. So you can't have it's very hard for the right to get to the left, because while we might, I can't picture in my head, I don't see how it works in my head, how a right-wing zealot can be anything but an anarchist, because he doesn't want the government to own anything. He doesn't want the government to have any rules. He doesn't believe in the government. So for a far right-wing guy to accurately describe a far right-winger, he's an anarchist, right? And we used to call them that. That was like the anarchist cookbook and the anarchist Bible and all of those things. Those were all the far right guys that were anti-government, that were waiting for the stumble and fall to take over.
Yeah.
Right? Like they were like, destroy the government, rebuild it in as it should have been all along, and whatever. So, but every fucking liberal college student calls moderate conservatives fascists.
Yeah.
How fucking dumb are people?
Well, they're pretty fucking dumb. But on the other hand, like the fascism as it started, it was a direct response to communism, right? It was the antithesis.
What, fascism?
Fascism.
No, fascism was created by Benito Mussolini as he wanted to have communism, but he had to work with Hitler, and Hitler hated the name of communism. So where Hitler was a national, a national socialist who did the exact same thing that Mussolini did. Mussolini called it fascism, where the government owned the factories, methods of production, and it was effectively communism. But in theory, the people own their own homes. But Italy is a communist country. It's not a fascist country anymore, because fascism gave way to communism. So you can't, the argument doesn't hold. I understand how in books they want to write it up. I understand how that we try and depict it. But the reality is Benito Mussolini, he created fascism, and his country is now communist because that is the natural evolution of fascism.
Okay. Well, I don't know about Mussolini. I know about Hitler and Franco's implementation.
Yeah.
So like the popular implementation, at least, barring, I guess, Mussolini, it was that while there is socialism in the context of the government providing for the people, the context of ownership is within the nation. So as where communism wants to make everybody the same, and we saw this with the Soviet Union, right? What fascism wanted to do was provide for its people. And so everything that was conquered, everything that was gained, all the spoils and all that, it went back into the people. Like Hitler wasn't.
I understand all of the mechanical elements of it. What I don't understand is how we go from these are all versions of even Hitler's National Socialism was a version of communism. It's a leftist society, and yet Hitler's always described as being right wing, far right, alt right, Hitler Youth, all of that. That's all right, but it's not. It's all left. And Crucible Clip says exactly the right thing. World War II is a modern foundation of myth. And of course, they will call their enemy the same name as the greatest enemy. And so anybody, and literally there's a meme, everyone I hate is Hitler, right?
Yeah.
Like if I don't like you, I just call you Hitler.
Right.
Because it wins. Because then there's no argument, because you're Hitler and nobody cares.
Yeah.
Nobody wants Hitler.
Yeah.
But you have 4 versions of communism or socialism, whatever you want to call it. Well, 3 really. You have fascism, which is communism, communism, which is communism. You have National Socialism, which is communism, and socialism, which is communism. They're all the same thing. They're four varieties. It's all the same thing, and it's all left-wing ideology. There's no right-wing aspect of that anywhere. There's nowhere where it says we believe in less government. We believe in the right of the people to rule. There's nowhere in any of that doctrine. You can search the doctrine all you want. There's nowhere in the doctrine it says you can have individual freedom. Fascism,
No,
there's no individual freedom.
Right. But I think that's where people break down. Like the amount of liberty wouldn't be. I'm not convinced that's right left. That's up or down on the table, right? Whether or not, depending on how authoritarian you are. And so fascism, yes, it is authoritarian, but that doesn't make it left or right. That just makes it more authoritarian than libertarian.
Sure. But
I think
it's
that's
authoritarian socialism. See, you can't pick and choose.
Well, it's
right. Lego.
But to a degree, you can't break
the Lego off and say, "Here it is."
Right, but to a degree, how authoritarian and for what end determines how, where it lands, left or right. That people see it, and I agree that the right tends to recognize what is, right, the natural order of things. And so the assertion that that anarchism is on the right is flawed because nowhere in nature is there anarchy. Nature abhors a vacuum of power, and whenever there is one, a structure inherently forms. And I think that's where fascism falls on the right, because it does recognize that there's always going to be orders of power. It recognizes that there's always going to be hierarchies, and it also recognizes that within those hierarchies, there are goals that serve and disserve.
I don't know that that's actual fascism is the government, the ruling body, owning the method of production, and the individual citizens being able to own some property. So communism is in theory, everybody owns everything, and it's basically just kind of divvied out by the Politburo, right? By the selected leaders, right?
Yeah,
that's communism.
Yeah.
It's not. So fascism is communism light. You have the government, in theory, that's elected and chosen by the people, and the government controls all methods of production and all methods of, basically government controls everything. And the people have some small amount of individual freedom. Fascism is not, as what he's saying here, does not necessarily include dictate wealth and properties. It absolutely does dictate it because it controls a method of production. Now, you can argue that the reason that Ferrari was successful being located in a fascist country is because he was able to maintain his method of production despite the government owning it. The government allowed him to do that. And in fact, the government owns part of Ferrari. The Italian government has owned part of Ferrari since, I think, 1950 something, 56 maybe. And because they own Fiat, and Fiat owns Ferrari. If you don't understand that, I don't know how to fix your broken brain, because it's a very simple linear. It's very linear, right? Ferrari owned Ferrari for a while, and now Ferrari's own. Ferrari was bought mostly by Fiat in 63, 64, maybe later. Maybe. What year did the GT40 win at Le Mans? Because it was like 3 years before that. It's like 67. So 64, 65.
Something like that. Okay.
So Fiat buys controlling interest in Ferrari. Fiat is owned by the Italian government. It's a government company. So that's how fascism works. Fascism, now people call a lot of things fascism, but that's not the system of government of fascism. You call somebody a fascist, that doesn't make them a fascist, right?
No.
Do they believe in that system of government? Then no, they're not a fascist. This is the way it is. So yeah, here we go. Crucible coming in clutch. Party members are required to be the boards of major mid-20th century German companies. Literally same policy prescription as DEI and BlackRock today. Yes, absolutely. We have leftist ideology in fascism being integrated into the U.S. government right now as we speak. So this is why people. This is no, it is because the government is going to end up owning. The government owns parts of those companies anyway, and they're doing it in the most insidious way possible by taking our money, our taxes, and investing it in for the country. And the government owns parts of companies. They own part of Ford. They own part of GM. They own part of Dodge. Why is this? It doesn't seem like a hard concept to grasp. I guess we are in denial about it.
I think it's backwards. I mean, to say that the government has more control over companies than companies have over government ignores reality.
Well, I don't think that. I don't think that that's. I don't believe it's that linear. I don't believe the government currently has control over the companies. But as they continue to buy up the stock of that company, as they continue to own more and more of those companies, they definitely get a vote. The government gets a vote in what that company does.
Right. Yeah.
It's in the government's best. You say that the companies control the government, and that's true to some extent, but it's in the government's best interest to dictate to what those companies can do and to enable those companies to flourish, and those companies only. So if the entire rest of the auto manufacturing world has to meet X standard, but Ford, Dodge, and Chevy do not, because it benefits the company, which benefits the government, which in some way, small way, benefits in theory, the citizen on the street, then that's all the justification they need. Whether that's the reality or not has nothing to do with anything. The reality is probably that all of that money that's being made is going into some account somewhere that the GAO has no idea where the fuck that's going, and nobody else does either. We don't know.
Well, that's the difference then, because I don't argue for the theoretical, right? Like I argue for what I can see, so I don't see the government having control. Like even now, like they have a vote, but I don't think they're, how to word it. They have a vote because they're at the table, but no matter how big, right? But no matter how big a share of that table they have, I don't believe they have the agency to vote the way they want. I think somebody is telling them. Well, no, you're missing the point, though, right? I think somebody is telling them how to vote, and they're just kind of profiteering.
I think it's that way currently, but I think the long game is for the government. This is how the leftists take over. This is exactly what's going to happen. The more and more, like just what he's saying here is socialist Nordic nations today have these national level mutual funds. That's exactly what's happening in our economy right now, right this minute. You can look it up. This is public information. This is not even hidden. They don't even hide this shit.
I've never heard of this happening here. I know that we used to have what were they called? Like pensions. Pensions were something like that.
Right. That's how this all started. They've been investing government agency, worker funds,
right?
All of these things. They invest them in the companies. Those are administrated by government officials. The government officials are controlled by the government. This is the backdoor way. Look, you can't ram socialism down the American's throat, but you can damn sure buy it. You can buy it, and that's what's happening right now.
You can buy it. Yeah,
we're being sold.
I don't know that it's happened now. I'd say that's happened already.
It is in the process of happening. They don't have. You were right. You were right. Your original sentiment was right. It hasn't happened yet. It's getting there. It's getting there. It's getting worse and worse every year. I am on the money. That's because I watch the money.
It is.
I watch the money.
It is getting worse and worse every year. But I mean, like all this started back when Roosevelt implemented the welfare programs in the first place.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
So of course it's getting worse.
Every government subsidy to these companies. So here's the other way that the government does it. And this is I can't prove this because these are pretty, even though it's public information, it's very hard, very, very hard to track where all this shit comes from and where it goes.
Right.
But here's what happens. Here's what happens. GM needs a subsidy for whatever. Like they need to build a plant, right?
Yeah.
So the government gives them a tax break on that,
right,
in exchange for their, a kind of like a stock option, whatever. The subsidy is not a subsidy. The subsidy is they're literally buying into the company. That when the company cannot pay it back, they pay it back in stock. They pay it back in shares. The GAO, the government General Accounting Office, keeps track of all this. I don't know who administers it. I don't know who makes the decisions. I don't know what committee presides over it. I have not bothered to dig that far. I don't care. The point is that fascism is not what people think. People are led to believe that fascism is a bunch of skinhead punks raging in a bar. That's not fascism. That's dumbassery. Okay, that's just dumbassery. Fascism is the government owning the means of production. You can never forget that. That's 100% what is happening right now. And, that's it.
Well, I don't know. I'd have to ask which government then, because I don't think that it's ours.
Actually, multiple.
Okay. All right.
China's banned from owning specific stocks, but their citizens aren't. So if you're, actually, I don't know about that. I think they can hold dual citizenry, and if you have an American passport, if you live in America, technically, you can buy stock in any company you want.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something we have to get rid of. No more dual citizens. I don't even know how we got that in the first place, but
well, it makes sense for some people, right? If you own, some countries like China, for example, in order to own property there, which it should be that way here, you have to be a citizen of the country.
Right.
Okay. So like I technically own property in China. I don't own it. My wife owns it. And I'm not even sure she owns it anymore because she only has, as far as I know, she only has American. She's an American citizen. So I think her parents now hold the property. And at some point it's going to have to be put into some kind of legal package so that my sons inherit it, because that's the only way. Because as an American citizen, not related to a Chinese person, a Chinese national, I can't own property in China.
Yeah,
but I own 4 properties there.
Right.
So I own it, but I don't own it. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
So,
but I look at it from like the loyalty perspective. Right. Like the way America used to be, you probably know this, that when you came here and you wanted to become a citizen, you had to renounce your former citizenship. You'd be like, no, that's it. I'm American. Right.
Citizen, yeah.
Okay. But somewhere along the way, I don't know, we stopped doing that.
Well, you can renounce your citizenship, but that does into the U.S., but that doesn't mean that the other country removes your passport. You were supposed to surrender it to the U.S., but I don't.
But it's supposed to. Well, there was a time. I don't know if it's still like this, but there was a time when it was compulsory.
Probably not, because they're all digital now, so you can't.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
But like back in the day, it was compulsory. Like you didn't have a choice, and then there was like reciprocity, right? So if you were from Hungary and you came to America and you became a citizen, and then you renounced your Hungarian citizenship, Hungary is like, all right, fuck you, right? Like, bye. But
well, that's because you had to go to their embassy, you had to fill out some forms, you had to take it over to the American embassy, the ambassador, the Hungarian ambassador, would basically say, fuck you guys. And that's the end of it. So but all of this is to say that I still don't understand why no one on the right points out this intellectually disingenuous, dishonest bullshit of being called fascist and all these other things. I mean, it's okay if like, I would almost say that you're an anarchist. You're like one step away.
no.
I know you don't think so, but
no, I am a fascist.
You think so?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I advocate for. The government, under the German model, right, under Hitler, I think they had it figured out. Like, the government owns the land. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we have socialism anyway, right? And people tend to want to help each other within a nation anyway. And so if you're going to force, not even force, I mean, if you recognize that tends to be what people want, which seems to be the case because Europeans accepted it so broadly through the post World War II, then you say, okay,
they had so little of it.
In what sense? Like before World War II?
I think the reason that the Europeans have accepted socialism in various levels of socialism throughout their in all of Europe and Great Britain. I think the reason is because they're literally stacked on top of each other. We can fit Great Britain, I think, in Florida,
something like that. Yeah.
So, who the fuck cares? They can't be us. They can't be free. They're literally stacked on top of each other. What qualifies as a farm in Great Britain is a postage stamp over here. Like I don't understand the parallel. I don't understand why
it goes to. Well, it goes to scale, right? So when it comes to lineage and generations, I'm a naturalist in the sense that if we come from Europeans, then the predilections that Europeans naturally have, we too naturally have. That's one level or another, right?
I don't believe in that. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe in genetic memory. No, I don't believe in it. I believe in instinct. I don't believe in genetic memory.
Well, so what is instinct if not genetic memory?
Mechanic. I'm sorry?
What would instinct be if not genetic memory?
So instinct is not in every cell. So it can't be genetic memory. It can't be part of your genetic makeup. So it can be part
how would you test for
that? You can consider it a chemical program data stream that we have, but that's downloaded. But there's nothing in my in my family, nobody had been a mechanic before to the level that I was. Nobody had gone to college before the way I did. Nobody did the things that I've done forever, right? Like, it's just not. Most of my family were farmers, and I was never had any interest in farmers. So I don't believe in it, and also because I believe it, because if I want to argue predilection and we actually had a great conversation on this the other day. You should join the Crucible. A lot of great stuff there, but the problem with that is, first of all, I don't believe in it. I don't believe in that at all.
Right.
I do believe in instinct, but I believe that it's not, and I don't even believe in like true instinct. Like, I think that you don't get out of the womb knowing to be afraid of water, right? Babies are not afraid of water. Right. You learn that because your parents are afraid of it, and they teach you that, and that becomes the instinct that you follow. It's just like all of these knucklehead moron motherfuckers that'll go out and try and pet wolves. Like, there's no fucking way I'm trying to pet a fucking wolf, right? Because my parents were smart enough to tell me don't pet a fucking wolf. And so that's That's what's up. So I don't believe in predilection. I don't believe that, and I don't believe in, and I can't prove it, right? Like if we believed in that, then if we believed in that, we would all be living in pyramids because most Europeans came up through Europe, right? So, but there are no pyramids in Great Britain. I mean, maybe one, and there's one in France. Sure.
Well, no, but I mean, the migrations were long before that. No, but I mean, one of the things you said kind of nullifies your point, though, because nobody in your family, nobody in your ancestors were mechanics to the level that you were, but they were farmers, right?
Yeah,
and farmers are nothing if not highly adaptable, right? Like a farmer who can't learn quickly doesn't tend to keep being a farmer.
See, that's kind of the rub, because I don't believe that. I believe I think people give farmers a lot of credit for being very smart when what they are is they're very educated, because they literally live the job every day. They live on the farm every day. They know what the ground's supposed to look like because they see that ground every fucking day. But if you move them 50 miles away, they can't grow shit because they don't walk that ground every day. I don't nullify the argument because
they can't grow the crops. Well, they can't grow the crops immediately, no. But after 3 years, they're going to figure it out.
Right. Again, they educate themselves. They educate
themselves. But that's
they walk that property every day.
Right, but that's the difference, right? Like you self-start, you educate yourself in auto mechanics, hydraulic engineering, right? Hang on.
You all right? No, got technical issues.
Yeah, I had somebody talking to me. But like I kind of forgot where I was going with that. There's adaptability. It's the same argument that people make for genetic groups.
I will give you that there's some lizard brain instincts. I can give you that, right? Like we can pass down genetic fears. I don't think you can pass down a predilection to be a farmer, a predilection to be a lawyer, a predilection to be a global explorer. I don't believe that those things are passed down. I just don't. I can't make that leap.
Well, I wasn't arguing that in the strictest sense that you seem to be talking about it. I was getting more at the qualities that would hinder or propel you in those things, right? And so if you grant the lizard brain instinct or the lizard brain inheritance, right, then you are kind of granting that supposition also, because it follows. Like that would be part of it.
I don't think I'm granting that. I don't think I'm granting that.
No,
I'm saying that there can be and I said this originally, there can be a chemical code that's produced by your DNA, just like my pancreas knows how to work because it works, right? It's intelligent design, and it works. In my lizard brain, the thing that keeps me alive, sure, but I don't believe that there's any method, and it can never be proved that because my ancestors lived in this specific type of society, I have a predilection to be in that type of society. As a matter of fact, I hate being in society. I would much rather be out alone somewhere. I'm very comfortable alone, but on the other side of that, my brother is absolutely not comfortable being alone at all. He wants to be around people all the time. So I guess this is a long discussion to basically say that in Europe, I don't think Europe is a roadmap for anything that has to do with the USA, especially not. And even if we grant you that there's a predilection, we've had 200 years of being badass fucking Americans to weed that shit out. and we don't want to live like Europeans. And comparing us to Europeans and trying to do European things is a exercise in futility that can literally be the only thing I can equate it to is mental masturbation for midgets. There's just no point in it, right? There's just no point. Like we can talk about it. We can talk about how, that we want to live in pods, or we want to live, like the way the Danes do in their semi-socialist constructs. I don't believe any of that's true. I 100% believe that that as Americans, assuming that you're born here and you have been maybe a generation or two, but even if not, most people that come to America want to be free.
Well, they think they want to be free.
Or think they want to be free.
Yeah, they really just want the nice things.
That translates into the government owning the sources of production. I don't believe it belongs. I don't believe that translates into the government owning anything. I believe that the best government is the smallest possible government that we could have. Like literally, I personally don't even believe that that the post office should exist. FedEx does a better job for cheaper. So.
Yeah,
I would be happy if we got rid of the post office. The only reason that any of that stuff still exists, the number one reason that any of these offices are so hard to get rid of, is because nobody wants to fire anybody. Nobody wants to eliminate a department of the government and lose 20,000 jobs overnight, because then we're the bad guy. Nobody wants to be the bad guy. The bad guy is the bad guy. We want to be the good guy. No, fuck that shit. We need to.
How many people think the government's the good guy, though?
It has nothing to do with the people thinking it's a good guy. It has everybody thinking that I'm a bad guy for wanting to shut down branches of the government, because they don't equate it to shutting down branches of the government. They equate it to their cousin Susan losing her job, and Uncle Fred isn't going to be able to pay the mortgage because his contract with the IRS to transport seized goods is no longer. I mean, it's literally as simple as follow the fucking money.
So you're talking about like the mindset of the voter, not the mindset of a government person.
Right. Well, the government person will never even propose it, because that's political suicide. Why would you do that?
Okay.
Why would you propose?
Well, and why would you make your money scheme smaller? So.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And this is why during an election cycle, in the early part of election cycle, you will typically see a politician on the right say something like, we need to disband the ATF. We need to downsize the IRS. We want to downsize the IRS by 1,500 agents and 10,000 staff members.
Right.
They'll say that early on.
Yeah.
The closer it gets to election, that shit falls off their platform completely.
Yeah.
And then what ends up happening is they get elected and they vote to hire 1,000 new agents.
Mm-hmm.
Because it provides jobs. The only two things a politician really can count on buying him a vote is promising people jobs and promising lower taxes that he doesn't deliver on. So you can't you just have to once you understand the nature of the beast, then it's much easier to figure out what it's going to do. But we can't get rid. The only way we're going to get rid of it, and I've said this many times, and I really hate saying it out loud, because it at some point it'll make it come true. The only way to save something is by tearing it down and rebuilding.
Yeah,
that's it. It's got to. Basically take it. Gone. Like the IRS should not exist. We have a Department of Commerce to do that job. The IRS exists, and why? They don't need to exist. Why does the IRS need a police department? They're literally supposed to be working with local police and sheriff to handle the taxes. Why do they exist? They should not. Why does the FAA? Why is the FAA as big as it is and as inefficient as it is? FAA should only care about commercial. It should literally be like 90% commercial, 10% private. And private, they should leave the fuck alone. Who cares about guys. I mean, it's literally like they care more about little guys flying around in planes than they do guys in cars driving around the streets at 100 miles an hour through traffic. It's the dumbest thing ever. Same thing with FCC. Why the fuck do we need an FCC? Nobody even, like, seriously? If you want to monitor and control radio communications, the military does a much better job. The fuck do we need the FCC for? To make sure the radio stations call out their call letters 3 times an hour like they're supposed to? Yeah, fuck that. Who cares? This is dumb.
Well, the military wouldn't be good at that because there's no civilian oversight, right? Like the premise is civilian oversight or civilian accountability, but
the military is 100% accountable to the civilians. 100%. They don't get to do anything. Matter of fact, they're not even supposed to operate here. But they're not. They answered us. Military doesn't operate in a vacuum. They
answer to the executive, and the executive answers to the judicial, right? So they don't really answer to us.
They do answer to us because if a guy goes over here, matter of fact, this has happened, shockingly. If a guy goes over here at Fort Campbell, if the base commander of Fort Campbell decides to do something really fucking stupid, it's the police can arrest him. He's not immune. He has no authority off his base. None.
Right.
Zero. And I trust the military a lot more than I do fucking government agencies. A lot more.
Isn't the military just another government agency?
The military doesn't act well. The actual military doesn't act like a government agency. Now, the top shelf has become subservient to government agencies, which is a problem, which if you eliminated those agencies, that problem would cease to exist. Got to cut the cancer out before we can save the body.
Right.
That's just the way that works. I've thought about this a long time, brother. I watch it every single fucking day, man. Every single fucking day. Every time when these jackasses get up there and ask for more money, I'm like, why the fuck do you need more money? I mean, do you have any idea how much money that the government is wasting hourly? Like, it's crazy. There used to be a ticker. Yeah. Somebody actually had a ticker up on the internet but how much money was being wasted by the government in an hour. Yeah. And I think they made it take it down.
Probably. So, yeah.
But it's an interesting dynamic. I think that there's a lot of there's a lot of misunderstanding. I was going to say misinformation. I don't think it's misinformation. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what the government owns, what they don't own, and why they own it. Like there's no reason for the government to own a bunch of shit that they own. There's no reason for it. And we're just really we have like. The Department of Agriculture is an important agency, right? Yeah. That's important. It gets some of it gets half the funding that it should get. The FCC is a bullshit agency. It gets a shit ton of funding. To do what? Yeah. To prevent someone from saying shit and fuck on the radio?
Well, it doesn't even do that anymore.
Well,
like
in theory.
No, they repealed a lot of decency regulations.
Oh, did they?
Or
really?
They just don't enforce them anymore.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't remember that, but it could have happened. I don't listen to the radio enough to know.
No, if you listen to like the classic rock channels or like the alternative channels, like yeah. TV was the same way.
I'm sorry?
I was saying that TV was the same way, like broadcast TV.
Yeah.
Like now there's all kinds of degenerate shit on broadcast TV. So.
Well, I know they're pushing the envelope for sure. Yeah. Yep. I just think it's, so we don't need an FCC. Why do we have the FCC at all?
Mm-hmm.
IRS. I don't understand why we have the IRS because we have the Department of the Commerce Department. It's literally their fucking job. The reason we actually have the IRS, as near as I can tell, the IRS was set up to keep it independent of the Department of Commerce so that there was less oversight on the IRS from the word go.
Well,
That's the
yeah,
only
I mean,
that's the
yeah,
only thing I can
it's the
come up with.
well, it's the enforcement arm of the Federal Reserve. So yeah, like that would make sense.
I mean,
Yeah, because that's who they answer
it
to.
is technically the enforcement arm of the Federal Reserve, but it's actually the collections arm with an enforcement arm. So, right, because in theory, what should happen, or pardon me, not in theory, the way that income tax was supposed to originally work is that the Department of Commerce, which at the time the only income tax was supposed to be on businesses that could
Yeah.
afford it.
Mm-hmm.
The Department of Commerce would send you your tax bill, you would write them a check, you'd send it in, that's it, and donezo, end of story.
Yeah.
That didn't happen. Roosevelt, and actually, I actually think it was his wife, to be honest with you, because I think Roosevelt by that time was pretty much fucked up and in bed all the time. And his what's her name, Eleanor
Yeah.
Roosevelt, basically took over. Right, that was the end of
Yeah.
his presidency, and that's when all that shit was going on. I don't know if she did it on purpose, if she was talked into it. I don't know the story because I wasn't there, but I believe it was on her watch because she effectively was president for I think like 6 months, 6 or 8 months, something like that.
Yeah. You can argue longer because a lot of his socialist positions came from her.
Right. But I mean,
So,
she was literally signing for him because
okay.
he was so incapacitated, right?
Right.
All right. So I don't know if it was her idea or if she was led by others to believe this, but she's the one that decided that the IRS would be its own agency separate from the Department of Commerce. They didn't want the oversight. That's the only thing I can come up with. I can't think of another single reason why you wouldn't want the Department of Commerce to deal with the taxes on commerce. It's
Right.
literally their fucking job. Instead, we have the Internal Revenue Service. And once they did that, it ceased to be they're only going to tax businesses. It's now we're going to tax anyone, basically anyone in America. I mean, it didn't start out that way. It started out like you had to make over X amount, and then they lowered the bar, and then it was
and they kept
I'm sure
lowering
you know
it.
the story. Yeah, I know. I'm sure you know the story, but but that's how that worked, and why. The only answer I come up with is that from the jump, from the word go, the IRS was set up to be a methodology from a socialist president to enact to eventually push socialist policies and enable socialist policies to come about. If nobody's being taxed and nobody feels the crunch of being taxed, then there's no point, then there's no pressure there. If there's no promise of getting money from taxpayers for not working or for being disadvantaged or whatever, then there's no votes. You can't buy votes if you don't have leverage to buy votes. And this is not my conspiracy theory. This is just literally the fucking history of it. Right? Like this is how this is working. And now they've expanded to the point where they literally they don't control boards yet, as far as I know. I mean, they could, I wouldn't know, right? Like, because a lot of this stuff it's layers and layers and layers of shit.
Right.
The government 100% is invested in the top 3 auto manufacturers. I would not be surprised if they don't own a piece of Boeing. I would not be surprised if they are not a major shareholder in many other companies that we think that that we think are privately owned companies. So,
Well, I mean, if they're publicly traded, then by definition they're not privately owned. So I think
Isn't
a
that
lot
like
of
my
people don't.
profile pic?
I was wondering who that was. Like, there is a lot of people that don't understand the implications of going public. A lot of business owners, and it's funny how they always, well, not always, but generally end up forced out of their own companies. So,
yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for all of that. It's it's just the problem is that I feel like, and I guess I started on this because I think that words matter, and when you call a right wing guy, no matter where he stands in the right wing, right, whether he's tradcon, progcon, actual conservative, Republican, neo-Republican, what the fuck ever. I don't even know. I don't. It's a spectrum now. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
But if
everything's a spectrum these days.
It's all a spectrum, bro.
So
it's
is my fucking internet that's not working.
I don't know. I just work here.
Spectrum.
I just work here on the spectrum.
I don't even work here.
Spectrum internet.
So at the end, the end goal obviously is the government control of the country. What's interesting is the inaccurate application of very specific slurs towards right-wing people.
Yeah, I mean,
that are not
I don't know.
Accurate.
I still think that that buttresses my point, because if fascism, in theory at least, right, leave out the practice, if the theory of fascism or the definition of fascism was so closely aligned with communism, then it wouldn't be antagonistic to the world order that resulted. It would just be like a competing half brother or something, or a competing younger brother. To vilify fascism in the way that it has, I don't know, to me it inherently implies that it's antagonistic to communism rather than being closely related.
No, it's the same thing. It's literally the exact same thing. I know that people want to sell it that way, but it's the exact same thing. All roads lead to communism. There is no such thing as soft socialism. At some point, it leads to communism. Has to. There's no other end result. Just like eventually, if you can't be a half an anarchist,
right?
You can't be half a. You cannot be half an anarchist. You can't be half a communist. Or so all socialist roads lead to communism. Every single time.
Tell that to my dad.
I will.
Yeah,
get him on board. I'll tell him right now. I'll tell him to
he doesn't speak English.
Yeah, I will.
He's gonna be like,
I will, and I'll fucking argue it for 3 fucking hours with proof and put him back in his shell. Step up to the plate. I've actually made Spectre slow down and think. You know how hard that is? Do you know?
It's not that hard.
It's not that hard to speak with an accent. He has to think of what I said.
I have to.
I just consider whether or not I'm gonna.
I have no availability of speaking with accents. God darn it!
Yeah, I just consider whether or not I'm going to acknowledge her without understanding. That's what I think about.
Just ask her to speak fucking English.
That can't happen. She can't do it.
Me love you a long time.
See, I don't know. So if I grant that premise, then what would you argue is the functional antithesis of communism?
Anarchy.
Well, no, because it's not functional, right? Every power structure gravitates towards hierarchy. So if communism is the far left, like apex.
Well, a constitutional republic is the antithesis to communism.
Okay. All right.
Which is what we have.
Yeah, it is what we had. Yeah.
In theory, it's what we have.
For like 75 years.
Need to get it back. Got to take it back. Got to take it back old school.
I don't think it's going to happen, though. And I think the point, like the reason it was so short-lived is because it ignores people's fundamental nature to follow on the whole. I don't know. Have you ever heard of like the 9, how's it go? It's like the 1990 rule. Maybe Josie knows what I'm talking about.
What is?
There's a rule in society. It's like 1990. It says that for every 100 people, there's 80 or there's 90 rather that just do what they're told. There's 9 that like basically manage, right? They relay the orders and what have you. And there's 1 that leads.
We have a say in French for that, but I don't know in English what it is.
Okay. But it's a philosophical or a social rule. I'll find it. I saw it the other night. I'll find it and I'll send it to you. But damn, where? Oh, yeah. So I think that's like a constitutional republic, while idealistic, ignores the base nature of humanity as a whole. Like most people can't lead their own lives unto themselves without some kind of control. So it's just a matter of what kind of control do you want? What kind of control is like most beneficial to your particular group of people?
Yeah, I know. I know we had to study that because I went to school, like the school system that we had. I was in the political time, like the people that were in power were very like they cut all English classes off our curriculum.
Okay.
They cut everything that was outside of the province, basically. We barely had access to content that was like American content. It was like really hard to have anything Hollywood. The technology wasn't up to date. And they would instead educate us on, well, this is why you might have heard that the way we do things is bad. It's because some people are better like this and some people are better like doing this way. You are those people. So this is why we do socialism, borderline communism.
Right.
Yeah, that's why we have to kill all communists.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with that. And I'm not even saying that the systems that are in place today haven't been corrupted and altered. But I don't know, I do approach it from a more holistic perspective and try to see like, all right, naturally speaking, where did the chips fall when we just throw the cards in the air?
Let me answer Fidgety Guy, and then I'm gonna address something I think is missing in this conversation. So the Fidgety Guy, first of all, the questions all come up on here from everywhere.
Well, you can
so
super chat that.
What do I think about Freemasonry? Both communism and capitalism were concepts invented by Freemasons. Well, here's the thing: Freemasonry is not a political order, so it doesn't matter. They had communists, they had Marxists, they had all kinds of people in Freemasonry. I'm not one. I actually don't. I don't know that I know any Freemasons anymore. Maybe I do. Who knows? But I don't think anything about it. Marx didn't actually invent communism. He just defined a method to implement it so that it would be, what's the word I'm looking for here?
Potent.
It would be adaptable for useful idiots. That's what he did. He wrote a manual. He didn't invent communism. Communism was around a long time before that. And capitalism obviously has been around for a very, very long time, and will continue, hopefully, to win out. A lot of other good, really good comments here. So what I want to say is that you're talking about how these systems are not communist now. In theory, we're we have these organizations that are capitalist, but how are they? What direction are they going to swing? How do they go from one to the other? What I would say to that is that we have socialists that are using our capitalist systems to swing towards communism by enacting socialist policies to access those systems. They're using our let's say income tax, perfect example. Income tax on its face makes good sense, right? Everybody makes money. We contribute a little bit of money back. It pays for the roads. It pays for this. It pays for that. Everybody's happy, right? We all pay a share, not necessarily a fair share. We all pay a share. Makes sense, right? We agree? It doesn't actually make sense to me, but yeah, I can live with it, right? I can live with the theory of it. But what actually happens is that money in tax dollars, and also that was supposed to be the only tax. There's supposed to be no sales tax. There was supposed to be no more there was no property tax. There was no
difference. The difference was subsidized by tariffs.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right. You're right. That's and bonds. Remember, the government only
bonds,
operated on bonds up until the establishment of the IRS. So those two things are really important. And we can thank J.P. Morgan Chase for a lot of that, right? He engineered that. So we can actually narrow it down to like five guys. Like we know all five
Chase,
guys.
Rockefeller. Yeah.
If somebody had gone back and sat down with Roosevelt, Chase, Rockefeller, and everybody and said, "Hey, you know what's going to happen is you're going to fuck the whole country up." Maybe shit could happen. Maybe shit would be different. However, didn't happen. This is where we're at. So what has actually happened is with the leftist infiltration of politics, they've managed to subvert the IRS system and use our own Congress against us for giveaway and welfare programs, which were established by a socialist communist named Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Thank you very much. Thanks for playing. That's who did that. When Roosevelt established Social Security, he fucked us. He fucked us right then, and it's been slowly fucking us harder ever since. Because now every single bill is voted on not from a utility aspect of what it will accomplish in society. It's voted on by who benefits, who gets the money, how much money can I get, how much pork can we ladle onto this to be siphoned off later. So it's actually exactly like communist Europe, except in America using our systems from within. We have two ways of taking this back to reality. Number one, we vote in politicians, and it'll take time. We see it happening locally here, and this is the thing: you got to vote in local elections more than anything. Our government, our governor, I don't think he can be reelected again. It's unfortunate. He turned down all federal school funding for the state of Tennessee. We didn't need it. We are a responsible state. We have a good budget. We don't need federal funds for education, so we turn them down because they come with strings. DEI. What's the other one? The critical race theory. Those strings are attached to that federal money. That's how the socialists get into our schools. That's how this shit happens every single fucking day. This is why every socialist needs to be shot in the back of the head with a 22 and put in the fucking gutter.
.22 is kind of small now.
Back of the head, right here. Done.
I don't know. I'd use at least a 9, but
I mean,
Yeah,
I think
I
that
want to save money.
you conflicted socialism, communism, Marxism a little bit over
I
here.
did not. They're all the same. Socialism is communism. It's just communism light.
Well, the ultimate goal of Marxism is socialism, while the ultimate goal of communism is a classless society. So Marxism
was a
believes that
communist.
socialism will
Karl Marx was a
come about
communist.
through.
He was not a socialist. He was a communist. This is the kind of prattle that doesn't get anybody anywhere because it's not accurate. Accuracy matters. You have to be accurate. If you're not going to be accurate, then there's no point in having the conversation because it's not true. Karl Marx wrote a book as a programming for communism, not socialism. It uses socialism.
Well, you cut me off. I wasn't done.
Okay. I'll go. I'm listening. Come on.
Okay, so the difference between communism and Marxism is that the ultimate goal of Marxism is socialism, while the ultimate goal of communism is a classless society. So basically, it's Marxism believes that socialism will come about through revolution, while communism believes that it will come about through gradual reform. That's just the difference here. But at the end of the day, it's the destruction of the elite and put everyone at the same level of poverty, which is absolutely fucking ridiculous. However, it's incorrect to say that socialism and communism are exactly the same thing and that they even equivalent to Marxism. However, socialism is the ultimate goal of Marxism.
Socialism is the stepping stone to communism.
There's a stepping stone of Marxism.
No. Communism.
Well, so let me
go look up the quote. Go look up the quote. I'll wait.
Yeah, I did actually before I said what I said. To be sure, it's not. It's communism is not the same, but it's still bad. I'm not arguing that.
Socialism is the stepping stone to communism.
All right, so is that always the case, or is that dependent on who wields it?
Depends on who.
What do you mean? It always ends up as communism. I mean, look, the Danes are going to end up in full-on communism.
Okay, do you think EBT is communism?
Sorry?
Who?
Do you think EBT, SNAP, food stamps, is that communism?
EBT?
Well, it's socialist.
Yeah, it's socialist. Yeah, I mean,
so is that communist?
It ends up in being communism.
Okay, then I'm not even gonna argue.
Yeah. I mean, it does end up there. I mean, you can argue that it's a social program, which makes it socialist, but the end goal is communism.
Well, I don't know if
do you consider that communism?
I consider all socialism communism. I do not segregate the two. To me, there's no difference between a socialist and a communist.
So any government program?
Yes, I do not believe in government social programs. I do not believe in them.
Including veterans who have access to that? You don't believe in that?
I believe that the government has no place in social programs. If you want social programs, you go to churches, you go to unaffiliated organizations that are not affiliated with the government, that are funded privately. The government has no fucking place at all in social programs.
Don't believe that. So you don't believe that people who serve the government and the country should have access to benefits down the line because those programs also take care of veterans.
But that's conflating two different things.
But no, they're the same program.
The soldiers have earned through their blood, sweat, and fucking tears the right.
But it's a government service. It's a government program.
It's not a government service. It's a government debt. It's a debt that cannot be paid. That's why they get that.
So we
They
shouldn't
get
use
the fucking
taxpayer
chicken
money
dinner
to take care
because
of
of
our
that.
vets.
That's why they get the chicken dinner. They get the big piece of chicken because they gave something that nobody else is willing to give. That's why they get it. Some asshole that can't find a fucking job doesn't get the big fucking piece of chicken. Somebody that can't afford something should not take my tax dollars. That's why we have churches. That's why we have various organizations to help out with these things. The government is the worst at it. They're literally the worst at it. Hardly any of the money goes to social programs, actually makes it to the people that need it. This is the dumbest fucking line of reasoning ever. Ever. The government is the worst people to do this. The worst. Private organization does way better job of it every single time. Churches do a better job of it because they're in the community. Go to fucking church.
I would argue that the churches are the only ones that do it well. Like even the private charities. I would agree with
that 100%.
Even the private charities.
There's only like was where you would draw the line, because those programs that take care of those EBT
the programs that
snaps,
take care of soldiers are not socialist programs. They're not free.
Like
they
you keep cutting me off.
But you keep saying the same thing over and over. You just kind of keep wording it in a different way, and I'm not going to let you do that. There are no viable social programs. I don't care. The only exception is military service and some police, maybe. I don't know, but police are private. They're paid by their local governments. They should have their own little program. But the military that protects our borders, that goes and fights our wars, that bleed for us, have earned it. Period.
Yeah, and honestly,
a mom
I'm
getting
100%.
pregnant because she can't, 304 getting pregnant because she can't keep her fucking legs closed does not get a free goddamn abortion from me. Okay? Done. Full stop. End of story. I don't believe in WIC.
Okay?
I don't believe in EBT. I don't believe in giving. I've never taken welfare. I've never taken unemployment. Even when I was fucking fired and fucking penniless, borrowing money from everybody I knew just to get by, I never took a fucking dime I didn't earn.
Grid.
And I paid everybody back.
Grid.
You've got it. If you're socialist, get the fuck off my channel.
Grid.
If you're fucking socialist, get the fuck off my channel.
Grid. Have a snake.
That's the fucking end of it. Okay? I have no tolerance for socialists. And talking about equating anything with fucking socialism and our military will piss me right the fuck off. Anybody else want to go? Let's go. Come on.
Well, I don't know. I mean, couldn't you argue that... I don't know. I don't agree that the military fights for us. And if they're sworn to uphold the Constitution against enemies foreign and domestic, and we have enemies domestically that are, as you say, bringing about communism through socialist measures, then aren't they in effect fighting for socialism?
So here's the thing, and I have this like really, twisted view on this. It really annoys me that our military is not allowed to operate within our shores. The federal government did that specifically so that the military can't be used against them.
Right. Well, the exception is like warrant officers, right? Right. Warrant officers are charged with arresting government officials like congressmen and whatnot.
Right. Yeah, and military police. Military police can arrest anybody, anywhere.
Okay.
Well,
I thought they only had.
No, they can't. No, they can't arrest politicians. I think you're right. I think only warrant officers can arrest politicians. Now, marshals, I think deputy marshals, that kind of thing, can do that. But
Yeah, I thought
Trying to think.
MPs. Well, I thought MPs only had jurisdiction
They only have jurisdiction in military.
over military
Yeah.
personnel or civilians on base. Right.
And again, the up until, and somebody will figure out what year it is. I don't remember what year. There was the police could arrest. I mean, the military was charged with arresting politicians and members of government. And at some point, the government was just fucking around too much, and they decided that it's a bad idea to let that happen. And so the military is, by law, except in times of natural disaster or invasion, they cannot operate within, and they have to have presidential order, right? They can't operate in the U.S. without presidential order. Is that right? Somebody check me on that.
I think the Patriot Act widened that to what's the wording for that? It's like incidents of civil unrest, mass civil unrest, or something like that.
Yeah, but that's the National Guard. I don't think they can call out the actual army.
No, they can call out the actual army, like the full-on military. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it was Patriot Act, and then the defense bill that they keep passing through every like 5 or 7 years.
Right. So and that's the rub I have is that the military is charged with enemies, foreign and domestic, but they can't do anything really about domestic. And that's actually a real problem with our country right now. The real problem with our country is that it's almost impossible to even arrest a politician.
Yeah.
And we used to have it, but it's slowly, the politicians, man, these guys play the long game. And they can't get it passed today. They'll keep putting it back in the bill, man. 3,000-page bill.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, it's like, oh well, you know what we wrote in the bill? Can't arrest a sitting senator without an order from the circuit court or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
Well, that means that how hard that is.
Yeah. But I mean, that kind of goes to my point, is that if you swear an oath, right, and the military is supposed to be this thing that has honor and integrity tied to it, like intrinsically tied to it, and military service is supposed to mean something, then the letter of law doesn't matter if the law itself is illegal. Right?
Right.
The oath predates that. The oath supersedes that, and the Constitution has prescriptions for how things are to be carried out, how things are to be divided. Like there's no will there. Like the legality doesn't matter. It's like in war, right? It's only the things you do in war are only ever evil if you lose the war. If you win, you're a hero. It's the same with laws. And we saw this with Trump in January 6th. Mm-hmm. But the will's not there. And if the will's not there, then I can't, I can't agree with the perception of the military, which is why I argue against it. Like at this point, the military is not on our side. It's not a benefit. It's just a big hindrance to us as the government.
I think most of the military is on our side. The problem is, again, they can't actually operate in our country, or they can't operate in country, I should say. It's just an interesting deal, right? Like it's, I never did answer his question about Freemasonry. We'll get to that.
I think you did.
Did I?
Yeah, you said you don't know them, and you're not really.
They're not a political organization. They're kind of religious.
A little bit, yeah. There's actually a lodge not far away from me.
Is there really?
Yeah.
There used to be one here locally, but I have not. I don't know what happened to it. I think it moved to like a new building or something. I have no fucking clue, man. But my original thought is that there's only two ways to change this, right?
Right.
Either you vote grassroots level, like my before we had, socialism spouting off, my state, my government refused federal funding. It actually caused a lawsuit here trying to get him to take it, even though we didn't need it.
Right.
Right. That's how fucked up people are today.
From the federal level or from a citizen?
Citizens.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we didn't need it. Well, the federals were. I mean, I honestly think Soros was, using his bullshit network.
Yeah.
I mean, not him personally, but his network was involved in getting a bunch of leftist Democrat jackwads to that want to be elected to file suit, which it didn't go anywhere. As far as I know, we didn't take it. We didn't need it. We have a surplus of money. We don't need it. Don't take money we don't need because it comes with strings, DI, CRT, all kinds of shit. And the other side of this is we have to start at this grassroots level. We have to refuse the money, and we have to start holding as the states have to start holding the federal government accountable, and which means that we have to vote better, right? And we have to stop with all of the reasons not to vote. It's total horseshit to say, well, my vote doesn't count. Your vote does count. The reason it doesn't count is because you don't fucking cast it. You got to go vote.
Well, 2020 disproved that to a degree.
You can't just say vote this way because half the time, hang on, got to tell Josie I didn't boot her off. Still, I can't hardly see this thing.
Yeah, it is really tiny. Anytime you see me get like really close to the screen, that's when I'm.
Yeah.
I'm like.
But the so you have to. It has to start at ground level. You got to go up,
right?
And shit like Mayorkas can't continue to happen, right? There's got to be a. I'm looking at you, Josie. You're in the damn green room right now. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at the top of your head, like 3 puffs of hair right here. You're in the green room, unless that's somebody else saying Josie Ann Lazard. You are. You're in the green room. You're not on the stage, but you're in the green room. I might put you back up there, but I don't need any of this socialist nonsense. I told you. Can't I'm having I'm trying to educate my other socialist buddy up here. I can't
Fascist.
Yeah, fascist.
Different.
Socialism. It's not different. It's the same thing. But anyway. I'll win you over. Don't you worry.
I wouldn't count on it.
Yeah, that's all right. It's all right.
I'll have to look up the Mussolini part, but
Benito Mussolini. Why do I need to put you back in there? You're gonna spew socialist, communist, Marxism, inaccurate stuff. Marx was a communist. He wrote about communism. I'm not doing talking points. I believe this shit. This is not a fucking.
It would be interesting to read Hitler's memoir, and then compare. I don't know if you can.
You're talking about the other one, right?
No, I wasn't sure if you could say it on YouTube. Yeah, the first one.
Yeah.
Because I am familiar with his hatred for communism, so I don't see how he could reconcile that with being communist light. But that's a long fucking book. 2 volumes, like 900 pages each.
Thank you.
Life is only so long. I don't know for sure that they're each 900, but I know that the first one goes up to like at least 650.
It's a good afternoon if it flows well.
I'm a slow reader. That's a month. That's a month for me. To read and digest something like that, yeah, that's a long time.
Yeah, actually understand what a fascist is. You shouldn't call yourself a fascist, man. It's like soul crushing, especially since I believe that you're mostly right leaning. So,
well, I don't know. I think
you're an anarchist. What I mean, if I were to evaluate, if I were evaluating you as a government employee, I would evaluate you as a almost an anarchist.
Really?
You believe in well, I did until you said about the government owning the land and shit. That's not funny.
I never thought that I gave that impression. Like I don't know. I'm the opposite of an anarchist. I'm an authoritarian. Like I don't believe in the anarchist perspective or worldview.
Interesting.
Yeah. Dude, I thought with everything that I've typed in the Discord, like that'd be really clear.
I don't take anything you say seriously at all. Like,
well, that's a you issue. Then I can't help you with that one.
It's hard to. I mean, you just come out with some of the most off the wall shit. I'm just like,
Good, are you okay?
I'm great.
You're like
I can only see the
hell.
top of your forehead, though. You're
like, I know.
one
I'm trying to charge my phone on the little plate while I'm
the wireless
all
thing.
my stuff is down.
Yeah.
Quit looking down on me, woman.
Yeah, he hates
unbelievable.
Yeah. I forgot the second way that the second way that we can dispel the socialist issue is by basically infiltrating the socialist programs with people who have common damn sense and telling people they can't have free shit.
Oh, you send them to Canada for like a month and make it a little bit above average. They'll come back real quick to capitalism.
I'm almost at the point where I don't even believe Canada's real anymore because they're so fucked up. If it wasn't for all of them wanting to escape to normalcy, I would not believe that they exist. But
I mean, I'm not a socialist at all. Trust me, social health care almost killed me as a kid. So like, heck no, I almost died I almost died because I had appendicitis and there wasn't enough hospital beds because fucking socialist healthcare is like the DMV,
Yeah, there's never enough beds. Yeah.
10 years old me. In the US, you have appendicitis, well, poof.
Josie's camera's not freezing because she's on her phone. There's something wrong with her home internet. It's a bad cable, bad router. There's something. She's got a tech
Spectrum.
issue.
They say it's Spectrum. It's my area.
Yeah. So it's not. That her stuff sucks. It's everything else. So don't worry about it, guys. She's on her phone. She's okay. Until the illness. Hang on, wait. Yeah. Fidgety guys got some weird things going on here. So not all politicians are a member of the what's that fucking thing again? Not the Illuminati. No, the what are they called? Other than the Illuminati?
I don't know. There's another name for him.
I just said it.
It's Illuminati.
Freemasons.
Oh, okay.
Freemasons. I'm just being funny. God, man, you got like
I didn't get it.
I mean, you've been pretty fucking serious for like the past hour, so.
I thought.
Yeah, this has been a great stream. Unfortunately, there's not very many people watching it, but
yeah.
Yeah, you scare them.
I probably scare them, but I don't know. Like
no, it's my like they got
there's a lot of nationalist flavors going around now. and a lot of them are more fascistic than the normies tend to realize. You know, like whether or not they catch on, that's a different argument. And I think it relies very heavily on the average person or the average believer or adherent carrying out extra legal measures, shall we say. And I don't think that's very likely itself either.
Well,
So,
if you want my actual really unpopular opinion is that we have to boot all women out of government office. Just don't let them in it. Just, you know, pull them out of positions of command in the military.
yeah,
Because
but I mean,
it's not that they lack the ability to lead. It's not that they lack the ability to make good choices. They lack the ability to make the hard decisions, and that's what's killing us right now.
well, yeah, there's that too.
I mean,
Although I don't agree.
That's just the most brutal thing I can say. I don't. I mean, it's an unpopular opinion, and it's probably an improbable opinion because reasons. But
Well, I mean, all of the solutions are improbable at this point, right?
Yeah.
Because they require such a high level of will to execute that most people just don't have anymore. And most people don't have them because we've been bred like cattle to be passive, which goes back to what you were saying about war, right? And honor and all these things. Like, that's why it's not taught anymore. Because if it was the brave fighting the brave and it wasn't good versus evil, then suddenly a lot of history changes, right? And you have a lot more people saying, well, hang on a minute, like this shit's happening here now. We should get together and do something about it, right?
Right. Well, again, we have, super unpopular opinion. I'm just going to say it. You have too many men who think like women and actual women in places where hard decisions need to be made, and they're not making them. They're just kicking the can down the line.
I agree.
Right? And at some point, the bill comes due, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
Fidgety guy, that cannot possibly be because Andrew Jackson was not a descendant of King John I of England. He wasn't. He was, I think he was Welsh. Maybe, I don't know. Somebody can look that up, but I don't believe that. Andrew Jackson was a great guy. Came from Tennessee. Killed a man in a duel on the White House lawn. Got to admire that shit.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know that I buy that. I mean, data can be manipulated, I guess, but let's see what else. I can't, Crucible guy has been going pretty good.
He spelled my name wrong, by the way. It's R-E, not E-R. Learn it, like.
Yeah. Make dueling great again. Fuck yes.
Let's go.
Fuck yes. Let's make that shit happen. I got a list.
I'm gonna get my my glove ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have to show you guys the pictures of dueling when it was an Olympic sport. They wore like helmets with like this massive like cape that was bulletproof, and they
okay.
It was dueling as an Olympic sport.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah. It's like not quite as cool as sword fighting as an Olympic sport, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think that's happened since the Trojan Army marched. But should bring it back. Make dueling great again.
Yeah.
Man up and use swords, right? I like that.
I'm down.
10 paces, make it happen. And you guys are the best. We've been on about 40 minutes longer than I intended to be on because we were rolling, and then of course I had a little spat over socialism. Socialism is evil.
Over definitions of socialism, not even socialism, but
yeah. YouTube censors all information that is a closely held state secret. I don't rely on YouTube for my information. I don't know anybody that does that actually.
No.
I mean that was more clarification so that people cannot take you out of context and make shit up.
There's actually a new YouTube censorship that just rolled out.
Yeah.
What's his name? Jeremy from the Quartering did a video on it. I haven't watched it yet, but
I know. I didn't get monetized because of that shit.
Yeah.
I'm so mad.
I was wondering about that. You have a lot of followers. What did you do like anime or something before?
Yeah, I've been on social media for a while, so
Josie's one of those gamer girls, right?
Also, yeah, girl.
Well, yeah, there's that.
Girl.
Well, no, I've never had to take my clothes off.
Well, no, but like just sit there in front of the camera, right, and then watch. Yeah.
No, I talk. I used to do it without a camera for a long time.
Okay. I think that still qualifies.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of really pathetic men out there.
Andrew, if you're still lurking about in the chat, man, hey man, I really appreciate you chiming in. I know you've got to get up early for your Easter tomorrow, and
you're allowed to like give
Easter.
me credit for something, like not just you're a woman, obviously.
Nah, that's okay.
Fuck you, man. Fuck off.
You're not my type. Canadians don't.
Spectre's such a. I mean, he's
such
like
a dick.
He's not a professional dick, but he fights at a high level.
Oh no, he's professional.
Oh, this
dick,
is a fan
but
channel.
It's funny as fuck.
Cool. Well, Crucible Clips fan channel. I don't know. Is that Mr. E? Who's in control of the fan channel? Yeah. Yeah, I've actually had Spectre on this is your third appearance, I think.
Yeah, this is third.
I think it's your third appearance.
Yep.
Yeah, he does pretty well.
I mean, even if you roast the crap out of me, I love your talking points. Like, I still think it's funny as fuck, even when you roast me, so.
Well, it's like, it's emotionally indifferent, right? Like, it's a very masculine kind of back and forth I have, so.
I don't take it personal.
Well, right. It's not personal. It's just like banter.
It's just funny.
Yeah. It's like Jess,
I've been able to roast Spectre like twice.
It's not easy, man. I don't leave a lot of openings. If you can find one.
I'm pretty thrilled with the two. I don't know. That's like dueling points.
Yeah.
Got to get that touch in there.
Yeah. But don't worry, I'm going to touch you later.
No, you better not.
You can't stop me, man. Let's go.
That's a quick way to lose one of those meaty paws of yours.
It's all blown out from the light, but yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, I didn't actually realize he was an authoritarian. He doesn't. Yeah. He really doesn't seem like an authoritarian, but that's all right.
Well, it's because you don't take me. It's because you don't take me seriously in the Discord, right? Like,
yeah.
If you were taking it seriously, then you'd have a better picture. But yeah.
I had made some assumptions based on other things that you said that you were at least medium right, and from there I just assumed anarchist since you seem to have a lot of not anti-government policies. So,
well, I'm anti this government. I'm not anti-government. Period.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It wasn't the first stream I was on like kind of racially charged a little bit. Like I got the white
Probably.
nationalism in there, like.
Yeah, probably.
You've been on a few times.
Well, yeah, but the second time was kind of tamer. The first time was like really balls out.
The first time we were rolling.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, you've been. That's what I was on Discord. That you've been a few times too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those were funny.
But yeah, man, like between the white nationalism and the things I talk about with women, like not anarchist at all.
Yeah.
No, is the saying it with a straight face?
Yeah. Like...
Well, we're gonna have to get you in the Crucible. The Crucible will either make you or absolutely destroy you. So,
I've heard that, but I'm not really interested. I don't go for debate. Like
not even just the debate stuff, just a discussion. Especially the religious discussion is really high. It's high caliber. Very high.
There's just not much to argue.
No.
It's like if you want to find that, go run in front of that bus.
Oh,
over
this
there
is fucking shots fired. Bill Hicks wants the heat.
Isn't Antifa's communist? Like Antifa needs to be executed. What are you talking about?
Antifas are trained Marxists.
They're anti-fascist. They're actually fascist. Again, this is my point.
Well, no, they're not fascist.
They're trained Marxists. They
are actually fascist. Want more government. That's so hilarious.
Well, they want communist government. They don't want fascist government.
They said it themselves. Like the chick that run the Antifa and like does all the interviews. She said it herself. We are trained Marxists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, again, fascism. Government owns means of production. Communism, government owns everything. Socialism, government gives you everything. So kind of all the same. It's all the same side of a different coin, or all the same, a different side of the same coin. That's what I was trying to say.
No, it all sucks.
Getting punchy.
I don't know. If we go by implementation, I don't think it implements out that way.
Yeah, as somebody who lived it, it sucks.
Fascism?
No, like any socialism.
Right. That's what I was getting at, right? Like, if we say that Sovietism or Bolshevism is one thing, and we judge it by how it was implemented, then it's not disingenuous, not dishonest. It's like, what's the word for it? It seems ill-informed to liken fascism to communism based on implementation.
Right.
If you follow.
I had to look it up because you guys were bugging me. Fascism is a far right, which I believe is wrong, authoritarian, ultra-nationalist political ideology and movement characterized by dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble. I'm tired.
We've been here a while. You're good.
Forcible suppression of opposition, belief in natural social hierarchy, subordination of individual interest for the perceived good of the nation and or race, and strong regimentation of society and economy.
Yep.
So that's a really revised definition, but that's still all leftist.
It is a control economy, right? But that is the Hitler. I don't know. That's the National Socialist implementation of the theory.
Yeah. So
which is what I go from, right?
Mussolini's on account of. Mussolini founded the Fascists of Combat, which was the fascist party, the blah, 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 blah. Goes into some stuff. Yeah. Interesting. Still communism. at the end of the day. Under a dictator, which is actually exactly how it works.
Yeah, yeah. But I think that's between. See, and I asked Jess and Strana about this. Randy was there too, but I asked them. We're talking religion, and I said, "Would you rather have a tyrannical secular government or a tyrannical religious government?" And they all answered religious, right? Because they're religious. And I said, "Okay, consider this then."
Well, I don't believe in tyranny, so we wouldn't have gotten that far. So,
well, if you had to pick one, right? Consider then that the tyrannical religious government does everything through God's command. How do you oppose that? How do you overthrow it? How do you correct the system? Right? It's always easier to overthrow one person than it is to overthrow an oligarchy. And that's why, like the Christian nationalist types, they argue for a king, right? A theocratic kingdom. Because even though it is a theocracy, they recognize that overthrowing one person who's fucking up is easier than overthrowing, CIA, ATF, FBI, NSA, NRO, IRS, DHS, DOC, like on and on. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a redef. I think that it's redefining something to suit a desire for to label. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm having trouble connecting dots.
I'm winning. Let's go.
The only way you're ever gonna win, pal. You better take it while you get it, because it ain't gonna happen any other time.
That's I don't know. That's a great way to win, though, right? Like just outlast your opponent. You don't have to land blows. You just have to dodge his.
The blood sugar won. When the blood sugar.
I haven't had any. I've been drinking water tonight. I haven't even had any.
That's what she's talking about. I ate just about a whole bag of jelly beans.
Jesus Christ, man.
See, I'm telling you, you need that.
I'm gonna win because you're gonna get diabetes, bro. Don't
dude.
Do that.
When I was younger, I used to eat like a whole box of Snickers in a week. Like, this is nothing.
A week?
Yeah, man.
Like an hour.
Like a big box of king size Snickers? No, that's about a week.
I can go through that stuff in like a day.
Yeah, I want a video. Let's see this. I don't believe you.
All right, Instacart me that shit. I'm waiting.
And we're getting too silly. We'll continue we'll continue your fascism talk later. But
all right.
It'll be interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, I had a feeling that you were working under a different definition, but I couldn't recall it exactly off the top of my head.
I had to look it up on Wikipedia. I'm going to look it up in another couple of places that aren't easily changed. Because
definitely, yeah.
That actually seems like it's the way it's written is very specific. And
it was. I mean, globally speaking, it was a very specific thing, right? Like, I think there's only 3, maybe 5 countries that ever did actual fascism, at least in terms of the founding principles of it. And it was Franco, Mussolini, and Hitler. So
Mussolini, right, and Hitler, right? They were both. I mean, they were socialist, and all socialism leads to communism. My understanding, I wasn't there. My understanding was that Hitler's problem with Stalin and his communism is Stalin basically told Hitler that to go, Hitler went to Stalin first to say, "Hey, I'm going to go to war, and I want, help me out, back me. We're both socialist." And Stalin told him to go fuck himself. And Hitler didn't like that because he was, he had anger issues. And that was my understanding. And that's why Stalin had such a hard-on during all of World War II to basically destroy all of the German stuff. Like it wasn't just enough to like protect the homeland. He wanted to
Mhm.
be like and I can't remember because it's really late, but there's like a whole there's a whole bunch of stuff that he did to get to Berlin ahead of the Americans. Like it
Oh
meant
yeah.
something.
Oh
It
yeah.
meant something to him to do that.
Well, he wanted revenge. So like Hitler and his regime, the hatred for communists started long before he got to power. There were not rebellions,
Oh
but
yeah,
there
yeah,
was
yeah.
like
No, that was
right.
World War One. The end of World War One. I mean, well, middle of World War One, where the Tsar was killed.
Yeah.
Um, you know.
Well, I was talking about Germany, right? So
Oh,
there
okay.
were there were
I'm sorry.
actual
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So there were like Antifa protest type things happening in
Right. That was
Germany.
the brown shirts. That was Hitler
Yeah.
Youth. That was that was all of Hitler's. It
Well,
was
Hitler
literally
Hitler wasn't in power yet.
right, but
Well,
it
this
was
is this is
his.
preceding all that.
Yeah, he was. But that was his methodology to come to power. Was the Hitler Youth? Well, it's literally called the Hitler Youth. You know.
Well,
The
that's
brown shirts. The brown shirts was his organ. Was a he was at that
it was
time
paramilitary.
was he chancellor? What was he? He was
Not at well at the time of the brown shirts. Yeah, he was chancellor.
yeah. They
But what
were
I'm
his
talking about, what I was talking about was the pro-communist, pro-Bolshevism riots before he was in power at
right, and that
all.
was
Right?
and that's right. And
Yeah.
Hitler did not want to. Hitler didn't want Stalin to have any foothold into his country after
Hmm.
Stalin told him that he wouldn't back him in his bid to be whatever he wanted to be in Germany. I don't know that he wanted to be king exactly, but whatever it was. And I mean, Hitler was a weird dude, man. He was pretty fucked up in the head. I mean, it can be argued that he was really smart, but he was fucked up in the head.
Well, he wasn't that smart. He made a lot of stupid choices.
Well, he was high. So, drug use.
Yeah.
It's really
People
interesting
say
how all
that.
of these
I
famous
don't know
people
if
in
that's really an
history-
excuse.
Well, it doesn't help. Because it's interesting how all of these people, when they're not on drugs and they're like, they come into power and they're like doing fucking awesome and they're making good decisions and super tactical, and then they're in power and now here come the drugs, here come Eva Braun, here comes living like he's never lived before in his life, and his mental faculties go.
Well, it's
Right
kind of
now.
like who was it? Marcus Aurelius. He hired a man, and this man's only job was to follow him and say, "You're just a man," right?
Right. Yeah.
There's something that happens with men, like great men who attain the power they seek, where they buy into their own legend.
Right. That's it. They buy into their own legend.
Yeah.
And then they just keep like super. They have to keep that feeling of euphoria, so
Mhm.
they turn to whatever will give it to them, whether it's being drunk all the time, being high all the time, whatever. It's what was it? It was like it wasn't meth that was his drug, but it was basically
It was
same.
well, I don't know if he took it. I know that they field tested some type of amphetamine cocktail in
Good soldier.
in some of their like frontline troops, and they discontinued it because of the negative side effects. Like the recovery time was too long. They deemed it tactically or strategically unwise or something like that.
Yeah, you have to wonder what Mengele was giving him, right? You have to wonder about that.
Probably nothing worse than what they're giving Biden.
Might be the same shit. Yeah.
No, we've probably gotten better since the 40s.
Yeah, I don't know. What's meme malware? Who's this guy? We've been pushing each other around for like an hour or 3. Once, 2 hours because Corinth left and we didn't have anyone to beat up.
Oh. Well, I don't know. Grid and I disagree on fascism, so where's the echo chamber?
I'm the theocratic fascist after all. So.
Did you say democratic fascist?
Theocratic.
Oh, theocratic. Okay.
Theocratic.
Fascist. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, how do you square democratic fascism?
No,
who is mean malware?
I'm actually very, very like conservative. So like people on TikTok started calling me like, we all know you're a theocratic fascist. I'm like, okay, so you're using two words without knowing what neither of those words mean.
You a degenerate mean malware? Are you?
Yeah, we're all a little degenerate.
What malware?
Mean malware?
Yeah. So do you subscribe to the
white knight for Josie because I push her down?
I push her down all the time.
Because I
she
read
laughs.
the definition.
So Josie, do you subscribe to the the Christian nationalist movement?
What is really different from how we run our government economy versus
like
China?
Nick Fritos?
There's a lot of differences.
I don't know if he is, but kind of like Torba, Andrew Torba.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Damn it, boy, that's too long a conversation at this hour, son. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Write it down. We'll do it another time. We'll do it Wednesday. Write it down. But that's too damn long a conversation to have right now.
Social credit system, that's about it. And we're getting there with that too.
No, there's I mean, I've been to China. It's pretty interesting. I actually China wasn't bad. China was fun. A good time.
No, Trump is a populist.
He is a populist.
Yeah. Trump is a center left, he's an old school Democrat populist.
Yeah,
like
he's
90s Democrat.
Center right, but he would be considered. Yeah.
He didn't change. Everything else changed around him. That's why he's on the right. But I think he was always a Democrat, right? Like he always identified as a Democrat until he ran as a Republican.
You want to time out there, me malware, because I can really show you how angry I can get. Well, actually, I'm not even angry. I'm pretty chill right now. I got mad like a chick. I actually wasn't that mad. I just don't like to hear shit. I told you, if I tell you to stop, I mean stop. Otherwise, I have the ability to not listen to you.
You didn't tell me to stop.
I did. I said no more socialist nonsense. I did.
I was correcting you on a definition, and I was reading a definition, but
unlike with women, when Grid says no, it actually means no.
Pretty much.
Women can mean anything, but
the nemesis, fucking nemesis over here, troublemaker. Look at nemesis. Ban him, ban him.
See, like men with power buying into their own legend. Unbelievable, man. I expected better from you. I did. I'm disappointed. You've let me down, man. Let me down.
He probably is looking to be booted for farmable content. That's all right. He doesn't really, honestly, he doesn't care. I mean, honestly, if he thinks I care, he's like pretty fucked in the head. I'm just gonna make fun of him. So where you at? Keep talking. You shut up. Why is he not talking anymore? Where'd he go? Where'd you go?
Baby, come back.
Come on.
You can blame it all on me.
You can blame it all on me, baby. It's all right. Spectre is 38% Scottish. Is he though?
I'm 0% Scottish. I'm Polish, Czech, and Hungarian.
Polish, German.
I don't think there's any German. It's Hungarian and Czech is the other two. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I just figured with the forehead and the long nose, there was like a lot of German in there, but. So.
Should I do the salute? Is that what you want, Grid? You want a salute?
No, I don't. I was just, hey,
I know.
Assumed
Yeah.
that, you know.
No, a lot of people, a lot of people are initially surprised. They're like, "Gee, you're Polish and you support like, a lot of Hitler's ideas." It's like, well, if you do the time and you do the research into like what Poland and Germany were trying to work out diplomatically before the war, and there was one general in particular that was helping them out.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm out. Hold on. I did not make a mistake. I said no socialist nonsense, and I'm right. Socialism is communism, so you can accept that or not. And hey, it's my fucking show. I will be if I want to not talk about something, we're not going to talk about it. You know.
Yeah.
So that's weird. If you want to talk about it, you can go have a show and go do that. And
have me on. I'll make it interesting.
Have Spectre on.
Yeah.
Wait, are you talking
dog
to me?
dare you.
No.
Fucking triple dog dare you.
Let's go.
You got a hair on your
to
ass
Chad?
if you don't have Spectre on your show.
Yeah.
I make the show just to have him on. I
There
promise
you go.
cannot handle Spectre.
Very few people can.
I mean, I have nothing to argue. I defend myself. I was moved on. Like
No, you're fine.
what the fuck?
But yeah, and then the one general that was really spearheading it on the Polish side, he died. I think he had a heart attack or something. He was pretty old, and then it all fell apart. Like you had the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and it was all tits up from there. But
all right, we've been on 6 hours, dudes. I gotta roll. I gotta get out of here. I'm tired.
I got to dump, man.
I policed the tone policer. Who's the tone policer?
No, somebody said somebody
Mean.
was like tone policing. I'm like, I'm here to police the tone policers. Who the
No,
fuck
that's
tone
funny.
policed?
If I gave Josie the ability to ban people, you guys would all be in fucking trouble. Literally,
She'd boot me from the stream like multiple times.
Just to see.
I never did that.
Get angry.
Yeah, just to try to make me angry. Be like, bye, Spectre. Beep.
No, I did it to Randy,
Yeah.
not to you.
Well, no, but I'm saying you try to. Like,
Oh, did I?
if you could kick me from the stream. Oh, I don't know if you muted me. I don't know.
No, I always leave you on. You're funny.
Yeah, I'm the only one who gets muted. So it's
Just
cool.
Randy gets muted.
No,
Just Randy.
There's some people that have me muted. I don't know why. It's like.
Oh, I muted Kath. She was in here earlier tonight.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
ban anybody. I came here. I came to the U.S. for freedom of speech. I rarely ban people.
I enjoy freedom of speech as long as you freely speak what I agree with. Otherwise, we're gonna have problems.
That's fucking funny.
As long as you freely speak like you.
Yeah, even better.
Here's the thing. The government gives you freedom of speech. I don't. So,
Well, yeah. I mean,
It's just a principle.
they don't even give it. It's legally codified, right? Which is
right.
which is what I would have said to Andrew, right? If he had come on, and this is what I disagree with him on, is that okay? A lot of the things that are in the Constitution, yes, they're granted, but things like freedom of speech, the right to self-defense, those are natural. Like a government can legally codify them or not, but that doesn't negate your right. It doesn't negate them being your natural rights.
What do you mean
Right.
they're natural rights?
Well, so if you go into the woods and somebody attacks you, you defend yourself, right? It's natural.
It's an ability.
No, it's natural. Everything defends itself or tries to. Whether or not you're successful, that's something else, right? Whether or not you meet additional resistance on top of that because you're exercising that right, that's something else. But it's your natural right in nature to do that. It's not granted by a government.
Yeah, sure. I'm just trying to figure out what does it have to do with a right, with whether or not it's being granted.
Okay. So Andrew's position is that rights are simply things that are granted by governments.
I don't think he said that.
No, he's literally said that.
That all rights are granted?
Yeah.
No, he did not say that.
Yeah.
All right, we'll
People-
get Andrew on, and
people have
maybe
pointed
I
the
can get Spectre on at the same time.
Yeah. People have pointed to the Constitution. He said, "Oh, it's just it's things the government grants you."
That rights are granted.
Yes, that rights are granted.
Isn't it
But
entitlement,
there's-
action, duty? Something like that?
He's used language like that too. Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that there are God-given rights, or my God.
Well, natural, yeah.
The Declaration of Independence, life,
Yeah.
liberty, property. Which, by the way, life. That's the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently that there's somewhere in the Constitution that says that you can terminate a pregnancy somehow. They found that from the box of Cracker Jacks somewhere on the side of the box. But straight up, the Declaration of Independence, you hear the right to life.
Well,
liberty.
the whole we could do a whole stream just about abortion. Like that whole conversation.
The right to life.
It's not about life. It's about what constitutes personhood. But nobody wants to have that conversation because
everybody wants to have that conversation. It just never goes anywhere.
Nobody wants to have the personhood conversation. And you can tell that because they beat around it by saying, "Oh, well, it's a baby. It's not a baby. Okay, it is a baby, but only at this point." Yeah, exactly. It's not about when life begins. That's an obvious answer. It's about when personhood begins. But that one's not so obvious. And people don't want to have that conversation because it makes them look like monsters.
This is a long conversation to have.
And while we're having the conversation, the real question is, no, we should just fucking dismantle Planned Parenthood as an organization altogether. That's where we should start.
I agree. Yeah.
So,
but nobody wants to have that conversation.
We went another 15 minutes.
Yeah,
we're not going to do that now.
I got to go to the bathroom. We got to wrap this up.
It's time to go. You can't. Don't go away mad. You don't have to go home.
You can't stay here.
Or you can't stay here.
You can't stay here. Yeah. No.
Go somewhere else. But however, I'll be back. I'm probably going to do the day shift stream on Monday, 1:00 my time. That's Central Time. If I don't do it, I generally go ahead and let you know beforehand. If not, we're I'll do it on what's it? Thursday. I'll do the day shift on Thursday. Otherwise, Wednesday night will be the next stream, and we'll have a great rest of your time. I cannot even.
Greg, go grab a sneaker.
I do. Actually, I didn't actually eat before I came on, and I probably should eat. I won't because it's too late, but I'm going to get up in the morning. I'm going to eat something good. You guys have a great evening. I really appreciate you coming by. Spectre, good to have you back on the show. Josie, get your tech worked out. I guess. I don't know.
I'm working on it.
I know. That's all right. And because then everybody will stop harping on me for you having such a bad deal. I'm like, can't do anything about it. She's it's her internet provider service, whatever.
There's literally one provider in my area, so it's not like I could go with somebody else.
Yeah, that's how most of it is.
I know, it's terrible, man. All right, guys. Again, you got to go. Get out. Go away. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Get off my lawn. All their normal